Banger had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does. Onto the Bam Bam. And my awesome introduction, of course, goes unheard, but it is 2 nights now remaining, halfway through the grand final here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. So it's not quite do or die. That's probably tomorrow, Russell. And we've got a very tight-knit leaderboard as well. I mean, really, all of these teams, maybe outside of the bottom 3 or 4, I think are still in really good contention here as we continue on with the grand final. We'll go to the tournament explainer for those who obviously missed the earlier portions of the tournament. The group stage is where we began. We had 24 teams. Of course, the top 8 from the group stage moved on to the grand finals directly. The rest of them played in the LCQ. We sent 8 teams home, then 8 have made their way in. And it seems like for the most part, the 8 teams that played in the LCQ have all done well in the grand finals as well, Russell.
Exceptionally well. Armory Gaming is obviously the one that comes to mind, but yeah, when it comes to the tournament explainer, it's very simple now. Down to the last 16 teams, wherever you come is wherever you eventually do come in the tournament. So no messing around anymore. There's no lenience with that top 8, bottom 8 thing. We've gotten rid of that.
Yeah, money on the line as well for the grand final here. Of course, everyone that is in the grand final at minimum 2,000. So if you can at least get them top 11, that starts to increase it with every single position on the leaderboard from that point all the way to the #1 spot. Of course, $100,000, incredible amount considering, you know, there's no PGS slots, there's no PGC pathways, none of that. It is just pure cash. We'll go to the highlights from our previous night of action, which was, of course, night 2 of the grand final. And honestly, a kind of night that I felt like we didn't really see a whole lot of separation in terms of the top end of the leaderboard. We kind of had the same teams remain at the top, yes, but they didn't exactly like pull away from the competition.
Yeah, I feel like last night we got to see kind of the peaks, I suppose, of a couple of the teams, Armory Gaming included. We got to see some good things from a lot of other teams as well. Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like most of the narratives that we built up from the first couple nights remained the same, although I think some teams took it a little bit further. RXE, obviously, they stayed the same. Kind of, I believe that's probably a little bit even now, the hot drop ratio and RXE's wins. But for Buram, yeah, still kind of average for them, although I think they did put themselves up into that top 8, which was fantastic. And then Cerberus kind of arrived, although we'll talk about Cerberus in a second here, because I'm certain they're to arrive in a much better fashion tonight. Some fantastic nades. That was the Armory Gaming win as well on Tego, or performance, sorry, on Tego. And then EXO finished it out on Vikendi. And we had a nice military circle. I believe the first one we've had in this tournament. That had some pretty decent highlights as well.
Yeah, it certainly feels like at least the one that we've probably had a lot of action on as well, straight in towards mill base, let alone even on Sosnovka Island. So really, really good games last night. Lots of fun, as you can clearly see. Armory Gaming top of the leaderboard there. They did remain in that position. Q confirmed really solid final game. 14 kills first place after also getting second place and 6 kills the game prior to that. So for Q confirmed, Erangel turned their night around. I'm going to just list off some of their performances prior to that. 15, 16, 14, 16, 13 and 15 was their streak from games 5 to 10 prior to those last 2 games, which has now got QC into 8th place, 74 points, and you know, rightfully in the conversation. And this is kind of what I was talking about before as well, Russell. You kind of look at AG first and 107 points. You can go all the way down to Fury, they're still on 70. That's a 37-point difference with 12 games to go. That's not that bad. So a really nice spread, even leaderboard here. The race is on. Could be anyone's by the end of tomorrow night. We'll go to our highlighted 2 teams. Now, 2 teams I want to highlight to give maybe a bit of hope coming into the back half of the grand final. They're both from Vietnam. The first one, Newhouse Esports, Russell, for the deserved result, obviously for being the team that's in the top 8, but clearly a team that I think has shown their qualities in both being able to get wins. Firstly, they've been able to do that, 2 chicken dinners so far, but also a bunch of kills too. 52 kills. They lead the way in terms of teams from Vietnam in terms of kills as well. So probably not everyone's first bet in terms of predictions had we looked at all of the other Vietnamese teams, but these guys leading from the front.
Yeah, and you'll remember Neil T and Long K from the Division X days back when the PCS was running, but obviously Udirt, he's a newer entry into this team, and he's been exceptionally top fragged and damage dealt for his team back in Vietnam Series 4, so he's been exceptional too. We've seen some good stuff from T107, 06 as well, but yeah, this is a team, what's interesting as well, they had the longest driven distance in the Vietnam Series 4, but we've seen them get like 2 9-circle feeds in this tournament so far. So they're not living up to that stat, but it's been good to watch regardless.
Now, we had a little sneak preview of the second team. It's Cerberus Esports, and I think for 2 main reasons. One, High Mass is back tonight. I've been seeing everyone asking, where's High Mass? Where's High Mass? Well, he is back in tonight, and he replaces Hayasaki again. That's for the second time this tournament now that Hayasaki has been dropped out of the roster, which is surprising to me, not from a statistical point of view, but because Hayasaki is the in-game leader for Cerberus, it does mean those responsibilities fall to someone else. Now, I can't imagine it would go to Hyung Long, being the young, up-and-coming superstar out of the academy. So does it go to a Tycoon? Does it go to a Sololzi? If it's going to go to anyone, I think it has to probably go to Sololzi. 1, he doesn't die first on the team often statistically. 2, he's already the kind of preemptive support player on the roster. And 3, if he doesn't fill that IGL slot eventually, then there's probably a world which he could actually get replaced on the team, let's be honest, because Hyung Long is looking very good. So that's kind of my outsider's perspective on Cerberus, Russell, as we have the maps here.
Yeah, another note on Cerberus as well. Without an IGL, they could totally pull it off with 4 players all calling for plays. This isn't like another tactical shooter esport where without the IGL you might crumble a little bit. This is a game where you can have all 4 players confidently calling, as long as you have that kind of dedicated voice to execute that final play or execute the important plays, then you're all good. So yeah, Hayasaki's or missing Hayasaki's going to be probably hard for Cerberus, but I think if they're capable enough players and if their voices are strong enough, then they can easily do some damage in this lobby, more than we've seen before. And I think as well, for Cerberus, without an IGL, some of the times you just let your fraggers loose. Like there's no restrictions anymore. There's no like set plays that you have to abide by. You could ignore some of the annoying strategies that your IGL forces upon you and just kind of go ham. And that's kind of the one thing I'm looking excited for, potentially.
Back when Cerberus were running this particular lineup, second night for them respectively in the group stage, they picked up 61 points in that night. Prior to that, it was just the 25 points, and we kind of look at the grand final numbers for them, 69 points through the first 12 games. So clearly a sign and a time to change things up here, not just for them, but clearly for a lot of these Vietnamese teams. The grand final hasn't quite gone all that great. It's been Thailand dominance when you look at that top 8. Only Newhouse Esports from Vietnam inside of the top 8 at current. It can change. 12 games remaining here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup Grand Finals into day 3. Tomorrow will be the final day, so this is where these matches become super important. If you're X-Men, NGE, Unicorn Cyber, RXC, DK, all those teams in the bottom 5, you need to have a redemption night tonight. You cannot be looking to replicate the performances that you had in the first 2 nights now into tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, if you haven't already set up the foundation for your future momentum, now is the time. Maybe now is the last time. Going into the final night, it's probably going to be too late. We've got a couple purple teams up on the north. X-Men and Purple Mood are those 2. We saw the circle end around here last night, although I don't know if that's going to happen here. Oh God, it's RXC. I don't think I've seen them drop here before. James, please don't do it to them. They've been so dedicated to these hot drops. I kind of just want to see them succeed more often than not. And with their place on the leaderboard, I mean, I guess I got my question answered from yesterday. Do they continue to play it like this, or do they back off? Do they have nothing to lose? Are they playing for everything? I think, given the commitment from Bao LP, I have my answer.
Yeah, I think there's probably 2 teams in this lobby that don't have much to play for right now, and that's RXC and X-Men. I mean, you can start to turn things around your goal now is very much, can you get top 11? That's the next pay jump. So in terms of just monetary gain, you want to be getting out of the bottom 4 or 5 teams, get into the top 11, and then you will see a very slight increase in terms of how much you do take away from this tournament. Spray 3x, bow LP, that was cleaner to shame. I mean, if he was spraying like that probably more often over the first 2 nights, they wouldn't be in this position, but that was clean. Mind you as well, Russell, this is one side of the tale. The other is that AG, the team in first, you don't really want to be getting into these scrappy early game fights. As we go over towards Chopsticks, and Nawandra sits down, destroy with an up-close Kar 98.
Another one!
As he peeked over the barrel and got a second one as well onto Hootat. Double with the bolties. We wind it back to 2018.
That's devastating for Unicorn Cyber. To a bolt as well, that's got to do some damage to your mental. The fully automatic weapon, and Nawandra wins it with a semi-auto one-shot, and usually your dead weapon. That's unreal. And to get the guy driving out of the car as well, I think was with Iron Sights too. Buram might have some really good starting momentum here, and Unicorn Cyber are completely rocked. So Power's going to try to do something to recover this. At this point, again, talked about this multiple times, but when you only have 2 up, 1 now for Unicorn Cyber, in a spot like this, rotations and trying to play for placement, it's not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is your own ability in potentially getting 1 kill. And he's in a bowl. They may or may not know where he is, but they're going to play for it regardless. Those nades indicate to me that they do. Doesn't matter though. He can still get 1 when they run it in, but he's got to not expose himself too much. That wasn't clean from Khan, cleaner from Sapao, but the trade is there from Edie. Well done, Buram. Little dodgy on that last engagement there, but nevertheless, a nice 4 kills for Buram. And I mean, look, in 4th, you can see them up in that top 3 by the end of the night.
Yeah, and dismal for Unicorn Cyber, unfortunately, still in the bottom 4. Go out early. They would have wanted to start the night in a good fashion. You think about as a player, you're coming into the night. You had a night off as well. That's the thing to remind everyone. Yesterday, there was no action. So everyone, and obviously every team is different in terms of their approach. Some would have scrimmed and wanted to play. Others would have maybe gone over VODs and had some time off. Others just wouldn't have even wanted to look at the game. But it really depends on your mindset. Coming into tonight, though, I think as soon as you're loading into the client, getting into the server, it's all about good vibes, start well, start strong, and then you're out inside 5 minutes. That's never good for the team mental and the team morale, especially when you're already having a struggle in the tournament. So for Unicorn Cyber, definitely not the kind of fight that they would have wanted to be losing. Great start, though, for Buram. They're right in contention. Big 4 kills, 4 players alive. They don't lose anyone. Looked clean as well in that fight. And obviously, it's around their area. Now, we haven't touched on the circle. We have had a little bit of action, considering it is Erangel, but Northwest is where we go. Over towards Georgia Paul. Always like a good Georgia Paul kind of circle. So for a lot of the fights that we've had so far, not really in terms of the circle.
Yeah, keen to potentially see a circle that ends outside crates, something like that, because there's a lot of open field. You have the double whites, the ice cream, and then inside crates, and then maybe you'll have a couple teams scaling off the top of Everest to try and survive on the bottom of it. A circle like that would be exciting to see. I don't think we've seen one like that in this tournament, but everyone is fitting in nicely in the center of it, as you would imagine. Everyone wants access to the central points on a server like this. Playing off center on a circle like this might hinder you more than it would help you, just because, yeah, you might be uncontested playing the edge that you're playing, but you don't have any info or access to the northern or southern routes. Those were some nice shots.
Yeah, half health. Banatol. Absolute superstar from Thailand. As good as he is, though, not the tournament, not the grand final more than, I guess, the tournament that he would have been hoping for. Just the 11 kills, Russell, through 12 matches. So not even 1 kill a game for a player that picked up 30 kills back in the group stage. So 30 over 12, now just 11 over 12 is a substantial drop-off for a team that's sitting in 3rd. Why are they sitting in 3rd, though? Well, Patton Pong is tied for 2nd in terms of overall kills. Hatsuwa has also picked up the pace too, 15 kills for him. So it's those kind of more supportive players on the T5 roster that has been able to help out, you know, have a tournament themselves. And that's what makes T5 so strong, is that they are just formidable across the board. I mean, even Rosita Jr. has 13 kills. So Thanatol, the superstar from Thailand, is actually bot fragging at the moment for T5 halfway through the tournament. So that's just something to keep in mind, though, from a positive standpoint, that there is a ceiling, and T5's not at that ceiling.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I'm hoping to see that that ceiling internationally as well.
Yeah.
So it's a fantastic way to put it. I mean, we discussed it last night, where if your star players, not necessarily designated, but if your star players just based off stats aren't performing, then you really hope that the ones below that can pick up the slack. And if you can pick up the slack and turn yourself into almost this entry fragger star player when needed, then that's a really deep back pocket full of talent that T5 seems to have. Right now, it's almost like, when we look at that, it's almost like, okay, well, they should dominate this tournament and win. But you look at Armory Gaming, they seem to also have that same talent. We've seen such dominant displays from every player on that team. Similarly with Brew, although we haven't seen super flashy plays from them yet. PLM has been kind of crazy all over the place, but they've landed themselves 100 points with that 70-point day. But T5 is kind of that outlier, right? Where you think of that floor and that ceiling being just so incredibly high.
Yeah, and for AG, though, it's been mostly Riz and Dynasty in terms of that dynamic duo. Probably the more classical approach to PUBG, where you kind of have your two fraggers and then your two more supportive players. Not that James and Shanks have had bad tournaments. It's spray here for Duck Juice, and that's clean, but it leaves in the way too. That does not make it easy. And welcome back to the lobby for High Mass, or welcome to it, I should say. He hasn't played through the first 2 days of action, and the superstar for Cerberus Esports is down early from the superstar of TE. And I don't know if they're going to be able to save him here, although it depends. He has been picked up, and no response from Duck Juice. He's allowed Tycon to just grab him, run down the hill. Duck Juice doesn't push over. And I guess this is where it's like a matter of where he got down, right on that ridge. He gets knocked, but then as soon as he's knocked, he's already out of the sightline of Duck Juice. Duck Juice doesn't push it, doesn't get over aggressive. They'll get the revive.
Yeah, that's what Delwyn was there to do. You saw him get that northern wide angle to try and look for that flush or look for them running back, but he couldn't see it either. It was very, very quick from Cerberus onto their star player. It's what you like to see. Shows that they are on point. They're not letting anything past them. But to be fair, neither of the expendables. Duck Juice is incredibly confident on this roof. Looking towards one of the biggest threats in the lobby, although they are probably going to leave this area. They understand that it's taken. They understand that there's probably a split with Everest or, you know, terrain to the north, whatever it is that Cerberus is thinking. And they realize that this rotation path might not be as clean as they would like it to be. That said, though, for Cerberus, it might be one of their only rotation paths. They might have to just wait here until the next circle pops. Either hope it goes south. If it does go north, then TE has to leave before Cerberus can do much. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cerberus stick around and get a little bit aggressive and see if they can open this up.
Yeah, and the expendables here, surprised again, they come in with the same 4-man roster when you've got Brownie and Ninja 2K that both played quite well in the earlier stages of this tournament. Unfortunately, you know, 777 has had a real poor tournament thus far. I don't really mean to put the spotlight on him, but out of everyone that's played 12 games, he's the only one, he's got the lowest amount of kills, which is 1. 1 kill, 12 matches, which at this kind of level is quite staggering. I mean, there's really not, you know, many excuses for that, and especially on a roster I think is as stacked as TE, when you've got players like Duck Juice and Tanvu who are absolutely popping off around you. The fact that you've only been able to secure 1, and even then coupled when you've got like a Ninja 2K sitting on the bench, it is quite surprising. We do go north, shooting range, no Rosshawk River, no Georgia Pole shenanigans. It is going to be on the northern side of the river, and TE going to go straight past loot delivery now. Over the bridge they go. T5 a little split there, but again, I don't know how aggressive they'll get out of this position early on. We'll see if TE can actually make it out. It seems like nothing in the kill feed, therefore safe as Armory Gaming. Remember, playing as 3, but their 2 biggest players are up. Dynasty, Riz, get good position over towards shooting range. If they think this is clear, they can hold this as 3, and they got their 2 best up. We'll see what they can do. Of course, they're being hunted. 107 points, top of the leaderboard. PLM, T5, Buram, all chasing them here. 12 games remaining in this tournament. So every game from here really matters.
LPL_play for the map stream. This is a good one to watch as well. Emergency parachute from Buram coming in from the south. You can imagine they land in and around the plane dips and try and control that. The expendables have gone right past planes, so it's free for Buram to take if they wanted it. There's a couple teams that have to do some wide rotates as well. This dip that TE has pulled up in, it's always a bit dodgy for me. I think you can make it work if your players are fantastic at just general survivability, knowing how to utilize their car for cover, knowing how to utilize smokes, and being incredibly aware of your angles and how they change. This is Armory. I thought the shooting range was going to be a fantastic spot, and it is. They need to put up a good defense, though.
Yeah, Dynasty front man. He's usually the one on AG that will make the early contacts, and no surprise to see him doing that again. It's much of the star player that he is in terms of kills, the fact that he's also the one that seeks that early contact and lives to tell the tale of Riz. I mean, no surprise. Riz and Dynasty, big start here for AG. Spray on Banana 1, not bad, half health. He's just playing the fence line though, and Botfluke's initial entry has been denied and thwarted by the three-man AG. Raise Banana 1 down. It's only 6 stacks that remains for FW. Banana 1 did get a knock onto Riz with that frag grenade, but 6 stacks is not even remotely close. And this is where Shanks, the supportive player, stands up. He gets 2 in that exchange, and the 3 versus 4 goes the way of the 3 for Armory Gaming. 111 points. That's the perfect start to the night.
Composure. Absolute composure from Armory. I think the best thing that I saw then from Armory was the fact that all players, or not all players, but most of them were fighting kind of individual fights, and it didn't look like they were doing that at all. Everyone was allowed to do their own thing, get their own little 1v1 wins off, and then, you know, eventually that just equals you winning the fight, even in a 3v4. Again, more composure from Armory Gaming.
Yep. 12.5 minutes in, phase 2 almost ending, 40 seconds to go till phase 3. NGE, we saw them before having a little peek down in towards shooting range, but they were getting shot at, I believe, by RXE, so they've actually just double backed compound south of the range, and a very safe position to hold. Yeah, eastern side of the circle, but still a position inside of it. Nevertheless, Spiram occupying the plane, and that's the most central position of this circle, which can do just about anything at this point. It can go center up, north, south, east, west. There's no restrictions, obviously phase 3 anyway, but even then from here onwards, it's not going to be a matter of, as it goes south, does the river become a factor? T5 actually holding at loot delivery, and we've got Cerberus now over towards Everest still. Of course, they've gone a bit slower after that initial knock onto High Mass, so they've not really gone fast. We saw a couple of parachute pickup systems as the circle for phase 3 has made its way over towards shooting range. So this is the perfect start for AG, considering they lost Jame early to that little hot chop shenanigans with RXE. The fact that they've been able to recover, get a 4-man squad wipe, get good position, get a little circle luck, phase 3. So far, they are leading the power rankings of this game.
This kind of circle, you're going to see a lot of teams playing on edge. That central spot is just a massive open hill that the entirety of Armory Gaming can see. There's a shack and a couple of ridges there that teams can play if they're desperate for survival, but you're going to see a lot of edge fights fighting around the forest and terrain. A couple of teams have already wrapped north as well. They're going to be fighting on the coast. I feel bad for a team like Cerberus on a circle like this. They're going to be constantly on the back foot, waiting for teams in front of them to leave before they can make their move. Probably a couple other teams that are going to end up doing that as well. That's one of these shacks/ridges that you can make it to if you're not put to 1 HP inside of the emergency parachute while you're doing it. Koang's going to hold the position down, but he's got nothing to defend himself with. And RXE want to get involved as well. The rest of DK want to make it to their teammates, but it's unlikely at this point. Couple knocked, RXE decent defense. Good shots from Bao LP again. This guy seems to be on fire this game.
Yeah, it's a great start for Rapsiak Esports. I mean, these guys are good quality. They've got decent skills. It hasn't quite been the tournament, though, where they've been able to showcase it, at least in the grand final portion. We saw the knock earlier as well from Armory Gaming onto Kawang, trying to get inside of that shack. They need to be aggressive. When you're playing as a 3-man shooting range, you can't just sit inside of the buildings. You need to spread out, try and control area, make sure teams don't send it into you, because as you said, it's an edge game, right? No one wants to play center. That means there's going to be a certain amount of teams that may feel the pressure to send it into something. Well, what is there to send it into? Shooting range. If AG play too defensive, it allows teams to play the fence lines, try and crash in, try and occupy positions of shooting range. They need to be aggressive, especially as a 3-man. They cannot afford people to just be able to slip in towards their defenses. We saw, by the way, a big amount of players for Cerberus got wiped out too, to be exact. So even with High Mass back, not the best start to the night.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Cerberus on the back foot, right? They have to, their entire game plan is based around what the teams in front of them are doing. Unfortunately, Fury, well, they were aware of that, and they were able to catch Cerberus as they were rotating in desperately. But Fury have been caught by themselves. Back to DK, though. Newhouse onto Erangel, currently the highest point-scoring team on Erangel, and they're probably going to continue that trend. Dead center in this shack. Long K looking absolutely worse for wear, and you can imagine him crawling around the front door of that shack will only end in his demise. A good smoke, and it's doable. And Udirt's taking the dip just below the shack, so now it's a confirmed a 1-1 split between two kind of very rough positions, neither of which are super defendable at range, but Newhouse definitely a team that can take advantage of the circle that they've been fed.
Going long, last one up for Cerberus. No points, no kills, and really not much of a chance to do anything from this position in this scenario. What do you realistically expect out of Huang Long? Deep in blue, X-Men in front of him. There's one that's knocked. They've just been revived anyway. Pops the first aid kit, can pop a couple, and has gotten a little bit closer to the X-Men than maybe they realized, especially after they just got the kill onto Tycon. They get the flush. Cerberus do get at least one kill. Tycon actually did get that kill. I thought he got a revive actually, but he ended up dying. So X-Men down to 3, and Huang Long has spotted them off into the distance, leaving the vicinity. And that means that's information. He knows that they've pretty much given up on this backside position. Blue has stopped as well. And while it's not X-Men that does spot him, it is Duck Juice from the Expendables, and Cerberus meet their demise. Yes, they get to 70 points, but not the starts of the night they were hoping for with Highmass back into the team.
Honestly, thankful to X-Men. I mean, like, if X-Men were to die to 2 solos behind them while they were also getting pincered by TE, it would sum up their tournament pretty well. Nil T will defend as well as UDirk. Q-Confirm tried to push. They tried to make it a desperate play into the center of zone, but this defense is too good. Played perfectly by the duo of Newhouse Esports. Excellent to see as well. You can easily get run over in a spot like this, but you can hear the flaming cars just outside the shack. Nil T and UDirk, the combination's just too good.
So 11 teams remain. Blue moving once again. It has sent it up in the previous circle. I can't imagine it's going to do too much shaking and moving from phase 5 onwards anyway. It's an open game, and it really is going to be quite dependent on how much of shooting range does remain in from this scenario. NGE, I like the bold there. It can be a bit tricky as other teams start to get aggressive, and especially even more so when teams start to push out of shooting range. But right now, you know, it's a 3-man AG. They're not going to be rushing to get out of there. They'll be trying to just hold that position as long as it's in. X-Men down to 2 at the moment on the bottom of the leaderboard. Chen and Leo. And Darwin has been spotted at the rock. And Leo, well, you probably have to start taking these shots sooner rather than later. Blue is starting to push in, and this location is not in a safe position. 777. Well, that's much needed for the inner belief, for the self-confidence to get that knock onto Upchen. Darwin knocked down. Flucky. Here comes Purple Moon. They've been a little bit quiet this game. Up on the north side of the circle. They get involved with a nice kill onto Darwin. Long shot indeed, 200 meters.
Well, more help for X-Men. Although I don't know how much longer that help's going to really last. Yeah, Leo goes down. Caught in the open completely. That ditch is not good, especially in a late game scenario like this. But TE, they're also kind of feeling the ramifications of that. They were the first team in and around that area. And this is what happens if you don't control the space around you. You just get run over by the teams coming in. Buram and Fury and PLM on the north too. Fury's making their desperate push towards the playing bowls, though. The emergency parachute for Buram happened much longer ago in this game. And now we can see if they actually are able to defend the spot that they chose. It's a long angle down this little alleyway through this plane. So Fury's going to have some deep angles to work with, as well as Duck Juice and PLM on the north as well. It's not going to be easy for Fury. Nades too. You can see PLM getting involved. This is desperate from Fury, but necessary as well.
Yeah, getting shot up by 2 right now. So copying it from all angles. Purple Moon from one side, Buram from the other. And that just makes it very difficult because he just can't go prone and be safe. Couple of trees certainly helping. Flood probably needed to get that knock there, as difficult as the spray is, and a decent job that he did. The knock was required. That would have really opened up that right-hand side to push through, play the tree line instead. Can survives. Can now is again another gun pointed in Flood's direction. More than anything, you get that knock. That's not just one player down. That's another body that has to go and get the revive as well. Cal steps up. Of course, he was prone earlier because of Purple Mood. Sneak attack couldn't get involved. Immediately knocked as soon as he just took a foot forward. Flood on 1 HP. Can't survive. And Buram make light work of an out-of-position Fury. Purple Mood don't actually pounce on this. They're not that close as we go over towards RXC and T5 just on the fence line of the south portion of the shooting range. Hatsuat with an 8 in hand. 4 kills for Theraton Fire. No Thanatol, no Pathfinder Pong right now. And Reseda Jr. still coming in late. You can see him coming in from the hill. So he's driving in on the backside of RXC. He should be the one to get the final kill. No, but Vinisu shoots him out of the UAS. And Hatsuat's the solo down to 1 versus 1. The nade should finish him off. Vinisu's got no health left. That was cooked nicely. That should do it. No, he overthrew it.
They continue to elude us, these nades. We just don't understand them, do we? A second one from Shanks, though. This is Armory, perfect for them. Just get it done. Weaken the teams around you. They're already weakening themselves. Take them out, you may as well. But you have to consider EXO now. You have to consider NGE as well. NGE have realized that their opportunity has never been more ample than now to get out of those incredibly risky bowls and deal some damage to the teams that they're going to need to fight regardless. Shanks now in a terrible spot. He was in a fantastic one earlier, but a team moved, put themselves in front of him. And the nades are starting to rain in as well. Dynasty's coming to try and support, but New Generation continue to be a nuisance in the backside of AG. Riz is all alone in that yellow house defending what seems like the entirety of EXO if they decided to push. And everyone now just trying to be a player and a team that outlasts the other.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the split there for AG. Not good. One in the yellow, one inside of the range, one on the south fence. But Shanks has done a good job of just being able to survive, get himself back in towards the range. Vet Knight, though, that was a quick spray with the AUG. Get the headshot in there as well. Shanks gets knocked down. They really needed to double up there with Dynasty. Dynasty goes prone, knowing for a while there's just sightlines everywhere into the range itself. Shanks gets flushed by Vet Knight. Little bit of information, but NGE, I don't think are going to push off of this position. Little bowl on the edge of shooting range, knowing for a while that there's probably Exo Clan up towards the yellow. 2 kills for NGE. Start to the night they needed in the bottom 4. This has got them out of the bottom 3. A team that has so much quality. Hikai, Fat, Van Nai, Hungfeng Ditch previously, now Hungfeng Du. But has not been a grand final performance that they would want to remember. Circle shift, by the way, did go to the south side. Great for Buram, especially if there's still some tree lines around that vicinity. Can certainly help. More than anything, though, you look at that north side now. That has shifted away from a lot of teams. NGE can double up. I'd like to just see Hikai and Fap group up with Hang Fong Du and Van Nai. That bowl at the corner of the shooting range is perfect for them if they can group up, mind you.
Yeah. This circle is a field day for Buram. So they're not guaranteed the win, but at least they'll have ample opportunity to get kills. They are on the high ground, and everyone else, when this circle closes, is going to be below them and in very open angles as well. And if they're not in open angles, they are probably limited behind cars or stuck in bowls. So Buram looking fantastic. Exo Clan, another one of the 4-man rosters currently. NGE is the only other one in this server that could probably take this win if they played it correctly. First defense, though, has to be onto PLM. Nice headshots with the DMRs onto the approaching players. And on that ridge, Hakai's going to help out EXO, actually. Knock Escalusia. Purple Mood, they needed that entrance to be clean, but now they've lost their foothold in the zone. They only sent one. The other 2 fell back. The other 2, you saw them do that U-turn. They completely fell back, and because of that, EXO's been able to take that foothold that they so desperately wanted.
Oh, nice knock from Can onto Thanawat. Needed that. Purple Mood obviously need to get moving. Their position really not all that great. Actually furthest away from the circle. Need to run in the open, over hills, pushing down. Meaning if you don't have the vehicles, if you can't move quickly, it's not going to be good. And even with the vehicles, not that great. Thunder's trying to peek and sweet swap. He gets punished for it. Flocky knocked out of it. And that's going to probably be the life of Thunders as well. Gone. NGE capitalizing, and more importantly, they were able to get the other duo from the north side of the circle to get a little bit closer to that duo near shooting range. And the UAZ, well blown up, moves away from Thunders. Purple Mood out in 7th. 6 points behind AG. Solid game, though. Quiet game. 7 kills. Didn't see much of them, but they were able to just rack it up, and that's what has made them just so formidable in the grand finals. Just a very solid and consistent team. E5 just hanging on as well in this game. That's what the solo. And now dead. I've completely put the mods on him.
As you have with a lot of players this tournament, you need to...
It happens.
You need to stop talking. I mean, look, NGE, we saw them earlier on and we thought, okay, those bowls, they can be quite dodgy, but if played correctly, then you can end up with a spot like this. That said, it hasn't been clean. Hungfo Do down. He was the only one on that fence. That surprises me. The rest of them are back in the bowls. That's one of those areas you kind of need to defend. A 2-2 split would have done incredibly well for NGE there. But I guess they needed to focus other priorities. EXO probably being the other one they needed to look at. And they're going to endure the consequences for it. Although AG only 2 up. It is the dynamic duo, but what much can the dynamic duo do? A lot, apparently. A nice headshot. No way. More damage onto Hikai. They are disadvantaged here, Armory. If they get out of here alive and take NGE's spot, I'm going to be incredibly surprised.
Insight knocked down by Udirt. Don't discount Newhouse Esports either. They're a team that just have a knack for finding wins. Buram suddenly, though, probably the better position to end with all 4 players up. The only team that can actually say that right now. NLT and Udirt. Wasn't long ago, Newhouse were just scrambling to get inside of that shack earlier.
Yeah.
It has paid dividends for them. Couple kills into the top 5. EXO spotted as well to their south. Nice little spray here from Riz. Armory Gaming have done a decent job of scraping points. You have to recall, they lost James very beginning of this game. It's been 3-man performance for AG from the get-go. 6 kills, top 5. There's a reason why they've been leading the leaderboard for a little while now. And Riz obviously now just gets to play with house money from here. Fap knocked. Could actually look at the steal. Well, he cannot. Insight does get stolen by Can. And there goes Hakai and Fap. Double kill for Riz on the fence line. He pushed in.
Perfect. Waited for EXO to push. Takes his moment. Takes them both down. EXO now weakened as well. This is stunning stuff from Riz. And this is why Armory Gaming are at the top. Every one of their players could do something like this, although yes, they have that dynamic duo, but more so, everyone seems to be able to survive for so long. They just are able to keep their composure. I have seen barely any mistakes from these guys, and any super severe mistakes from these guys. And on an individual level as well. I mean, Riz, he could have easily got over-aggressive there, continued to fight NGE just out of pure ego or arrogance, but he didn't. He let EXO push up. They took the fight first, and then Riz capitalizes on it with 2 kills of his own, and now he's in the top 3 as well. So well played from Armory. Akita, last one up. Can any of these solos do any damage to Bururam?
Yeah, and Riz, by the way, the only player over 4,000 damage dealt at the halfway point. He had 4.4k, and the only one over 4 as Ken gets the kill onto Akita. As the solo, though, in a 1v4, virtually impossible, and Bururam knew exactly where he was located. Well, we didn't watch them much this game, besides at the Downs plane, but it's a 15-kill win for Bururam to start the night off perfectly, as they have put themselves well and truly in contention towards the top end of that leaderboard with a huge result. And again, continues the dominance from Thailand we see there in that particular game too. AG, Bururam, Purple Mood, they're all doing their thing. Even T5 made it towards the later stages. And I'm going to be honest with you, Russell, it's probably a little bit of Farmers League going on towards the top 4-5 teams now through the first 13 games that we've had. And now that we're past the halfway point, we're starting to see, you know, that top 6, top 7 really break away.
I don't like to see it, but it seems like they understand the lobby, right? It seems like there's a few distinct teams that go, okay, yeah, we know what to do this game. We know how this entire lobby is going to play. We know how to put ourselves in spots that aren't risky and that aren't going to cost us lives for no reason. They seem to understand the lobby. Bururam, though, well fought. I mean, look, if they hadn't won those fights at the plane that quickly, or that cleanly, sorry, they probably wouldn't have had 4 alive, and it would have been maybe a different story. But they won those fights, and for their efforts, they get the win.
It is their 3rd chicken dinner for the grand finals thus far. Game 1 in the books here for the 3rd night of the grand final. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, it will be our 2nd game of Erangel.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st. Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last chance qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Sensational start for Buriram United. 25 points here for the first game of the night with that chicken dinner 15 kill performance. Not too much of a surprise to see Buriram picking up the wins though, Russell. They are renowned for that. It's their third one of the grand final already, so 3 from 13 is a great strike rate. They had the most chicken dinners over in the PUBG Thailand Series 2 as well, where they had 8 wins altogether. They are a team that just know how to get to that end game.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, look, you look at the players, when you look at the history behind some of these guys, you can imagine it. I mean, look, that game was one that it was almost a PUBG player's dream. It wasn't an easy game, but it was one where the middle part of it was hard fought. Buriram got their well-earned kills, and then for their efforts, they were just able to sit on top of the hill like gods and rain down fire. I mean, look, those are some good stats. You know, more kills than placement points is fantastic, but that's also a really good amount of placement points owing to their 3 wins. So I mean, it's consistency, but I feel like if they have these 3 wins, maybe we should be seeing them on the top of the leaderboard. Although that said, they are very, very, very close at this point.
By the end of this tournament, Nordra, Edie, Canaxi, they're all going to have over 1,300 official matches with Buriram alone. For wow, 2 of them, it's coming into their 5th year. I mean, that's just staggering in itself when you think about 5 years of playing this competitively, but more or less on the same team with the same players.
That's just commitment. I actually really love that, because as we've been looking at APAC, it's like, okay, these rosters change up so often. I mean, look, every region does it for the most part. They just change up so often. And you'd love to see rosters, core 3s that stick together and go throughout, go through the trials and tribulations, figure out what works, what doesn't work. And it just leads to this unparalleled consistency when you have all these players that are just in sync with each other. It's beautiful to see. Just that the loyalty alone is good to see, but I think it's going to translate into game as well.
It does mean, of course, there has to be good reason for that to be kind of broken up. You know, obviously there used to be the likes of Jiaoman, God Meow, for example, part of this roster that they've kept with Canaxi. But can the pickup, he's been top fragging until at least this game, or at least coming into it. So at the halfway point, the top fragger in the grand finals for Buriram has been Can, which, we kind of look at him as a particular player, debuted back in PUBG Thailand Series 2. So as a pro professional, he hasn't been around all that long, so fresh. Essentially just his 2nd official tournament, which is, quite a stark difference to his 3 teammates, which I just mentioned, coming into their 5th year, basically all playing together. And not only has he come in 2nd tournament, 1st tournament as well, he also played really well. But now in the 2nd tournament, grand final, and top fragging in a lobby like this, I think it speaks volumes to the kind of player that they've got on their hands. And, certainly a name that needs to be looked out for in the coming years in terms of PUBG APAC top players up and coming. Can is one of them. Huang Long is another. I think one thing that we've seen from this grand final and really from this tournament is just, again, the breadth of talent coming through from PUBG APAC.
I fully agree. I really hope this year we get to see the majority of that talent translate internationally. But for Khan, I mean, look, he's got some great teachers. All of Buriram have PGC and international attendances where they've gained infinite amounts of experience. And then to have all of that dumped on you, hopefully in an efficient manner onto Khan, then I mean, look, you pair talent with that experience that Khan can't now get for himself, right? He's got to learn all of that experience somehow, all of that knowledge. So you have these fantastic 3 teachers that are just going to chuck it all into him and then hope that the talent shines through. And so far it absolutely is. So it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, and of course heading into Erangel for what will be our second game. And also to remind everyone that we've been kind of flipping the maps for this particular tournament. So it does mean Erangel is where we will finish tomorrow night, which means that at the conclusion of this game, we won't see it until the final 2 games tomorrow night. So it'll be a long time between drinks for Erangel. I can't remember if you had the stats or not for it, but you were mentioning, the likes in Newhouse Esports have been very good on Erangel thus far, and as good as they've been on it, they won't get to see it for quite some time after this one.
Well, look, Newhouse were the ones who had the most points gained on Erangel owing to their win and other performances on it. But when you look at the stats, the narrative of a comfort pick for Erangel actually kind of translate. There's a really even distribution of points between these teams on Erangel. So for example, Newhouse before that previous game had 43 points on Erangel, but the 2 teams below them in Armory and QC both had 41. And so you can argue, and then as you go down the leaderboard, everyone is mostly in the double digits. It's just this consistent pick that these guys have been playing for years, that they know how to utilize in macro or micro ways to get the points and the placements that they need. But yeah, right now, I mean, currently, well, I mean, before that it was Newhouse. I don't know if that would have changed after that previous game. I think actually it would have. Buriram might overtake them now.
So hopefully not too far away from getting into this game. Not much has really changed in terms of storylining. I think with the way that the grand finals played out thus far, it's the same teams that started tonight off that have been playing well, even with yesterday, the break, AG, Purple Mood, T5, Buriram. That's the exact top 4 coming into tonight, and that top 4 all basically had another really standout performance to begin tonight. So for a lot of these teams, if they're not careful, even the ones that have kind of been okay, thereabouts, doing well, and those ones I'll reference as Newhouse Esports, maybe FW, your Exos, your QCs, your Furies, they've been good, but suddenly look at that gap. That gap's massive now. Fury, for example, in 9th now find themselves 50 points behind 1st. So that gap has increased. It was, for them, something like 37 points, now 52 points. They're just not picking up points. And Fury's probably been quite disappointing, really, as the tournament has gone on to some degree, but there's no expectations on them, so we don't really talk about them, right? That's the stark difference. It's a lot easier to be critical of like Cerberus or the Expendables, Unicorn Cyber, simply because those are actual teams, Russell. Yeah. For Fury, it's that put together team. We're not going to see them again as this, core 4 after this tournament, so we don't really, we don't really have expectations for them. And I think they're probably in the position, I'm going to be honest, as this tournament has gone on, I think is deserved, because this is a really, really strong tournament, and you probably don't want to see a pickup team, because that's essentially what it is, to be able to dominate a tournament and a region like this. So to see them kind of dropping down the leaderboard, I don't think is all that surprising.
No, I think it makes sense, and I've said this multiple times before, but EXO should be the ones out of those 2 teams from that region that are above the other one. They're the real team. They're the one practicing going into 2024, who have expectations, who are setting themselves goals. So they should be the ones on top. They should be absolutely, not necessarily be dominating Fury, but they should be above them. For Fury, though, you can guarantee the players are angry at a performance like this. You can guarantee any players in this tournament are angry when they suck, even when they have nothing to lose. They're going to be angry at themselves, but when we look at it and when audience members look at it on paper, yeah, you can definitely see that you can justify the performance, although again, they won't be so happy with it themselves.
So into our second game of Erangel. Now, last time out, AG lost Jame very early on at the hands of Rapsec Esports. Now they find themselves in this weird little standoff against NGE of all teams. NGE, a team that has struggled immensely in this grand final period, and they've got the quality. This is the kind of fight where you got to be careful if you're Armory Gaming, but I mean, they did quite well in that last game as 3.
Hongfodo doesn't have a gun. This is how rough it is for NGE right now. 2 guns, one's a mini, 1 vest, no helmet. Armory Gaming could roll over NGE inside that triple if they wanted to, but they don't have the info we do, and so smartly they back off. But I think NGE are going to be thanking their lucky stars, man. They were not equipped for that fight.
Yeah, I think it was just Fat with the mini. which wouldn't have even really been all that great up against the Ace-32. So NGE, quite fortunate. It's smart play as well from Armory Gaming, right? That's the calculated play. I think if they were a little bit more brazen, they could have definitely gone to try and force their way in there, especially if they felt they had the better weaponry. But anytime you have to kind of breach a building like that, I mean, who's to say someone from NG is not just sitting there with a shotgun, holding stairs, holding entries and doorways, and then suddenly it's not the best decision. Not only that, you're not really fighting over a key location where you can maybe acquire some good loot afterwards. And secondly, the circle's not that far away because it's an eastern-based circle over Lepovka, and AG know that they can go towards Mansion. By the way, AG, there's a team here. Well, Insight's here. Insight's like wondering, what the hell? Why am I getting breached in Mansion, of all places? Insight's very confused right now.
Honestly, I don't think he's confused at all. I think he knows exactly this was going to happen. Probably just not this early. That's why he's stuck in this position. He's dead center right now. Mansion is a fantastic spot to take in the center, especially if you can 2-2 it with the garage up top, or maybe you want to, angle out back towards the forest. But oh no, worse for EXO as well. Insight caught off guard. Not much loot for him to gather, and Monty drive-byed by Purple Mood. I mean, this is what happens when the circle pops on your loot spot, and for the Mansion Prison split, it's even worse because you're looting separate places as solos. So as soon as that circle hits, every 4-man that's in a reasonable distance of you is going to go, okay, we know that the team that loots this split, they're going to have one here, maybe 2 here, or something like that. And they're such an easy breach. That's why AG is here so early, not only because that hot drop probably kicked them into gear, but because they know on this circle pop, they're not going to have to deal with many players, probably no more than one, at the dead center position in zone.
This is the thing, though, is that AG typically loot shelter, prison, that kind of vicinity. So, I mean, even if you are EXO, you're not looking at that and saying, like, oh, AG is going to go and breach Mansion. Like, with a circle like
Someone
this...
will, though.
Well, yeah, someone will at some point in time, but the first 4 minutes, I don't know. Like,
I think it's reasonable.
Like, what's Insight meant to do there? Just leave, or are they meant to just give up the Lepovka split and just kind of try and double loot Mansion or something? It's tricky because this is the issue, and you think, oh, as a team, oh, we've got Circle Phase 1, this is great. Well, this is actually the harsh reality of it.
When that circle pops, EXO's kind of priorities, I suppose, is, okay, we're dead center. We need to group up or leave these positions as quickly as possible. There's kind of no in between, otherwise you have this happening. And it is 100% reasonable, if not expected, that a team will come very, very quickly into zone because they have that guaranteed info. The guaranteed info, maybe 99% info, that there's going to be one player in these ideal central positions. So that's why Armory Gaming's so quick. That's why other teams were so quick around EXO. But the choice is it's not an easy one, I'll say that, and players can stick around for a little bit longer and probably still expect to be safe. So maybe it was incredibly quick from Armory, but it's still a decision that needs to be made for EXO, and it needs to be made quickly. Are we grouping on this spot, or are we leaving? I don't want to risk my life. I don't want to get 4-man breached. It's a discussion that absolutely has to happen, just didn't happen quick enough there.
Yeah, it could have maybe gone for a bit of a 4-man loot into Lepovka. You can make it happen, especially on these esports servers. Either way, discussion can be kind of put to a bit of a halt there. They only lost the one. Could have been a lot worse for EXO.
Yeah, Insight lived. Monty died. Unlucky.
Yeah. Ironic there, as we were probably more so discussing Insight there, and he did actually get out and live. But yeah, Eastern-based circle. Should be a bit of fun. Fury.
There's 3 teams here.
Yeah. 3, well, FW kind of not really here where Luke is and Fury is. They're on the other side of the bridge, closer towards Milter's side. Q confirm, and actually the ones who are kind of stuck. Q confirms the ones here that have to kind of pull a rabbit out of the hat and try and figure out how they live in this scenario. Oh, sneak attack, being quite sneaky. The troll under the bridge. Leon's had no idea. Probably wondering, why the hell is this guy here?
Yeah.
And that is a bit more of a valid question.
I don't know how
deep inside this bridge.
I don't know how we end up in a spot like this, where Fury is the team behind the bridge, is behind the team that's currently on the bridge, and they're in a better spot than the team that's on the bridge. They're the ones applying the pressure. QC, I mean, look, this is the kind of spot they're in. I don't know how we ended up here. I wasn't really paying attention to this part of the map, but Fury is rolling over QC right now, controlling them as well. Leon's is finally flushed out, and there's a couple more targets that are just tiptoeing their way across this bridge. But it's so open. Fury has control of the left and the right side of this bridge. And FW getting involved. Cheeksking FW were always here, as you said, on the northern side, and now they're assisting Fury and probably snagging some kills for themselves. What a disaster for QC.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's interesting you pointed out though, Ray, because yeah, I mean, systematically you would typically think that the team on the bridge is going to be the gatekeeping team, the ones going to deny Fury, for example. But firstly, it's only phase 1. There's still a lot of time, 2 minutes till P2, and Fury, if they're okay with the positions that they're holding, as you can see, they've got the whole thing surrounded. They've got one under bridge, one on either side of the bridge, and one looking down the side. So they're well positioned to keep pressure, and there's just nowhere to hide. And then on top of that, the added fact is FW on the other side of the bridge means that QC just can't leave. They can't just be like, all right, let's just leave this then. I think it's like perfect storm scenario. Like in another world, if FW is not there, right, just to take a bit of a holistic look at this, the QC could have probably left that a lot easier than it made it out to be. But because they can't leave at all and they can't play the side of the bridges, like the little side lane on the bridge, because of FW, like that's why they get slaughtered there. Really unlucky for QC. I don't know how they ended up in that scenario, but they did, and they're out.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the Twire for that one, see how it all shaked up. But the rest of the circle are all fitting in nicely. The war of attrition begins. All the DMR bullets will now be fired in succession, as usually is the case. Akita copping a headshot and a body shot, not good for his supply, I suppose. There's only so many helmets that will exist in that compound, and copping one before the 10-minute mark, not ideal. You need those to win fights in the end game. Pathampong down in the kill feed as well to DK. Where the hell is even that on the western side near Volcano? T5 tried to approach, I suppose, and DK were there, set up and ready.
1.5 minutes gone. Second game of the night. T5, a bit of a blemish. Not really been many games where they've had a blemish really throughout the tournament, let alone the grand final. Only 2 instances where they've really had probably bad games, and I don't even know if you consider them bad games. 7th with 1 kill, and actually the final game of the night on night 2, 11th with 3 kills. And those are the worst games I can see, and even that, if those are your 2 really bad games, then you're doing something well, hence why they're in 4th at the moment. But this is shaping up to be their worst game of the grand final so far. 2 dead already, no points, really far away from even just scraping into placement point territory. And Circle did pop for P2, by the way, and it's gone down to shelter in prison. Yeah. Massive hardship, not helping those that elected to go kind of the Yasnaya way, south of Stalba, even those maybe in towards Lipovka. And we are seeing a mass exodus from the north down towards the south for this P2 Circle shift. River United pretty happy with this. Prison, Pride Rock available, good spot. Even Lumberyard, I don't mind it now.
Yeah.
Shelter obviously going to be quite prominent, as Hoang has been eliminated. Hymas on the board. First kill for him in the grand final.
Going to be hard to rotate through a zone like this. The barrier was established last zone. So many teams in and around that prison area and that massive kind of barrier that stretches east and west from prison. Everyone was set up there, and now all the teams on the north have to go past that. T5 goes from bad to worse. Try to take Alamo. It just doesn't pan out. NGE was here beforehand. And T5, maybe that's their worst game this whole tournament. Moving over to Newhouse, however, stuck in the Wizard. Not an ideal spot, but RXC is so open on the outside of this Wizard. I can see RXC getting torn apart from separate teams. NHE, they've got a couple players up on the hill as well. Cerberus getting involved, you can see it. RXC, they want this spot, they want the Wizard, but to get it, they have to expose themselves to so many different angles.
Udo trying to find something above that rock without really overexposing. Needs to be careful. Clearly worried about the backside, throws out the smoke. T1 inside of the Wizzy, but Bao LP just covered by his own smoke anyway. A little angle there from Bao. He's been sharp so far tonight, but already 2 down. It is a 2v2. Find that Long K does not get revived. T1 706 trying to get in there. Neil T almost getting that knock onto Hong Kuei, which this is a name we haven't seen from Rapsiak Esports, Russell. So a new name coming in for them. I guess probably shouldn't be all that surprising.
Why not?
No 6, 7, 8, 9. They do have another play called Kobe, so I don't know if this is like a 6th man. I'm not quite sure what the case is there.
Looks like he's pretty dead to me. Certainly. I couldn't see that lasting much longer. Exposed to the north.
Yeah, it is 6-man. They got a 6-man roster apparently as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we're finally getting to see it. Although 6, 7, 8, 9 is so easy to say. It just rolls off the tongue. You've done that since you were a kid. But I can't say it anymore, so now I'm kind of sad. Although Bao LP, he's been very sharp, and he's the last one up. Granted, it is only game 2, but he's got momentum going his way. And now he's just got to survive. Rank tank, there's a little, as far as I'm aware, unless it's been patched, there's a little gap in the rocks somewhere over here you can sit in. Little cave. That'd be 100% okay. But I don't think he's going to opt for that. No point. Not in this current PUBG meta. We don't get that many points for placement anymore. Not 2018. X-Men approach Lipovka on the edge. And Unicorn Cyber is entirely silent.
Yeah, and probably as they should be. Again, no demon for UNC. Who down with a good knockdown onto Upchen. Harnish can't get the reversal. Who dat peeks then out again, gets a little bit of damage. The pound just sits pretty. Who dat good angle, but can he sustain it? Obviously, the Blue's going to be moving soon. So Power has 4 frag grenades. Where's that inside of the warehouse? Is Chew and Destroy both combined. The Savage Men Esports has been a rough grand final, and that roughness continues for the Compounders. They've been beaten to a pulp by Unicorn Cyber. Only Upchen that remains, and he knows he is surrounded, and his time is running out. Good for 1, can't get the second. Numbers prevail. Even despite getting Sapout down to half health, X-Men out and remain in dead last as that circle has done a 180. That's back up to the north. So south shift, looks good, then north shift, and Mansion's good again.
Yeah. That early aggression paying off. Buram as well. It's a nice 2-2 split. You're just hoping that Kanaxi and Naja can defend that compound, make enough noise to persuade Fury to go elsewhere, run themselves into TE, which is exactly what's happening. Duck Jews in a car, Fury trying to send themselves either into Lipovka or probably more north. Wouldn't be safe to send it into a place you have no info on. It is probably just going to result in your death. So go more north, put yourself at a spot where you can at least leapfrog, use it as information. But for Fury, it seems as long as they're not getting shot at, then they're fine to stop, and I don't blame them. You don't want to overcommit, go somewhere that you have even less information on than the position you've just driven past. And so this is what they'll do, but they need to put on a good defense here. Sneak attack's been knocked by Unicorn Cyber. Cow's the front man for this.
15.5 minutes in, Destroy knocked down by Tanvu. First time I think we've called his name tonight. Tanvu, top player for TE. Smokes out, Luke 12, high ground. Cow with a bit of help. How? Oh, yes, indeed, he does help. Thought he was just going to provide some cover fire. In fact, gets the knock on to Who Dat. Maybe provides an avenue for Luke 12 to get involved as well. Nade from Chu. That was his final one towards the rock to try and displace Wacky Kabukau, half health. Looking to try and salvage this situation, doing as much as he can right now, Cow, even though he's being absolutely peppered. Finds a way to go prone. Flood eventually gone. Luke still hasn't been able to find a way to get into this fight to help out. Who Dat's going to bleed out. He's 1 for 1 in that regard. Sneak attack just watching that close on the other side of the rock with Chu now behind it. No frag grenade for Chu. Luke 12, Blue right on the precipice. He's still trying to just find an angle. Might have to dip into the blue if he is going to be able to find it onto Chu. So Powell's just going to leave. He's just going to rotate out north side, get away from this. Cow knocked down and eventually then finished off. Darwin, third party from the Expendables, and Luke just could never get involved. Yeah. Just never find an angle, and especially even compounded by the fact that the Expendables then were coming in behind him. There really was just not much he could do. It seemed like a really long fight for both Unicorn Cyber and Fury. Long enough that TE are now getting involved. I've seen Luke in this spot before, but he's stuck in blue, taking more damage than he would like, and TE have the high ground. I believe there was a nade onto his position as well. It's probably going to secure his fate down to 1 HP. Nothing he can do. TE will claim a little bit of third party, but yeah, Unicorn Cyber, they got away. So they'll take what they can get. Gives them a spot too. Knows that they've cleaned at least one of their edges. I suppose their next job is to do the detective work and figure out where the other team went for. Hung Fo Do, though, his life's gone. Over, submitted. NGE, they're trying to assault these bowls, but FW's defense is too good until finally Fap steps it up, gets it done. Wow. And now they need these reses. These smokes need to be perfect. Yeah, nicely done for Fab. Tell you what, FW Esports, they're just coming a little bit. A couple of games in a row now, they've just not been able to collect the points necessary to keep in touch with the higher end teams. 12th, 5th with a couple of kills, 13th, now 11th. Their last 4 games after they had a little streak of second, and third halfway through night 2 that really put them back up the top of the leaderboard. They have just kind of cooled off. Team though that is only maybe just heating up, Buriram United. They do their best work towards the back end of these tournaments. Ultra low, trying to just play exterior of the shelter. That one does bleed out. Buriram on the board, and they spot Cerberus. Those are good shots from Edie. Huang Long taken down. Not long for this world, and even with Hymas back into the team for Cerberus, it hasn't been all that easy. Mind you, 5 kills this game, a little bit better, but they are going to lose their superstar sub from the academy, Huang Long. And Hymas taken down by a native FAP.
I think that's his 3rd knock or something. He is not looking good. Maybe it is that IGL struggle. Bao LP, I wanted to see him survive for a little bit longer, but U-Dirt, quick look to the right side of his screen, and RXC goes out. NGE still in this bowl. Honestly, a decent spot as well. They can look towards Cerberus, AG, even if they have to come out. They've got plenty of bodies and utility as well. And that car could come in clutch. All 4 wheels potentially on that thing. Can't actually see it. You're hoping so, though, because they're definitely going to need that if this shifts off them. Newhouse as well, coming on the backside. 4 up for these guys. Looking good. More work to do, though. They're on the edge, and it's hard to get off that edge when there's all these teams in front of you. But I think for now, priority for most of these guys is to deal with Cerberus. They're the ones in the weakened position. They're the ones exposed to grenades, and that's exactly what they'll fall to. Cerberus can't really get it rolling. I'm not going to blame it on the lack of IGL yet, but first 2 games haven't been that stellar for them.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. I mean, as you kind of said, and we've spoken about it, no IGL, technically the core IGL for Cerberus not in the roster. I mean, clearly trying something with this core 4. Maybe there's... the thing is, one of them probably is filling in the role and giving it a go. We just don't know which one it is. We just don't have that information. And I remember, I think we spoke about it last broadcast. If you're Sololzi, you're probably going to be feeling the pinch a little bit because Huang Long's been franking out. And if they really do need Hysaki's IGL leadership and what he brings to the team in terms of calls and rotations, coupled that with Hymas, then suddenly there's probably a world in which he may look to be the one to miss out. Purple Mood on the rotation. Flucky copped one to the head on the move early. Out comes Unicorn Cyber to maybe see if they can catch 1 or 2. Well, little does he know, Thanawat right this close has pulled up. And there's a lot more numbers in purple than there are in Unicorn colors. And that is them wiped out very quickly. I love that little pull up from PLM. Fake drive away, pull up at the top of the hill, peek back down. You've got better position, easy double kill, 3 kills on the board for them, and keeping in touch with Armory Gaming.
Very simple rotation, but very effective. Unicorn Cyber couldn't control that compound. Got to put your majority of numbers somewhere, and they chose Southside. PLM totally abused that. What are Unicorn colors, though, Jake? I'm curious.
I think it's like a nice little yellowish gold.
I can believe that, like the color of their horn.
Yeah, exactly. 777 knocked down by Thunders. Something else that to be yellowish and gold. 777 still struggling. Unfortunate for him. 2 kills now from 14 matches.
It's insane when you stack that up against his teammates. It's not a good look at all.
It's not ideal. I mean, to be fair, it's not as if his teammates are ultra fragging, but Andrew 13, Duckcheese 13, Darwin 8, and then there's 777 with 2. Obviously, they're out. 11th place now for the Expendables. He did knocked down by Van Knight. It's the same teams again, Russell. Mentioned it before. It is the top 6 teams that just continue to break away in this lobby. Double nade from Insight. Akita still alive after Insight did lose his life after that double knockdown nade. He can't follow it up. to get the confirmation here, and AG are starting to run away with this tournament up to 130 points, 7 kills.
Oh, no.
They are the unstoppable team right now. Flucky runs over Thanawa as he pulls up to the rock. That will just delay them. AG are kind of in the building, so I don't think they can punish this.
Yeah, no, it's all good, but if he had launched him down the hill, it's a totally different story, and you could see that happening. Good defense, though. I mean, good way to start it from EXO. Insight getting that double nade allows Akita to potentially wipe Armory Gaming there. But he can't actually leave his house. He can't get a nade in the correct spot. And so Insight's good work with the initial grenade doesn't necessarily go to waste, but it doesn't result in any kills for EXO, which is what they would have wanted. I think they were silent here for the majority of the time. AG would have been able to guess that there's a team in here. But EXO just lacking the numbers, being beaten and battered this game. Akita's in a separate house, though. Completely separate. And AG, you're going to have to push towards him. It's a fight they can take without dealing with PLM, I'm certain. That's a prone player. Lucky. You may as well take it. Nice heady. Little control on the shots. And Van Nye's going to get away, which is devastating to see, actually. That one was a sitter.
Kai just makes it behind the tree, but all it does is give the point over to Burrow Ramp rather than Purple Mood. Long shot there from Nil T to get that knock, 150 meters. They confirm the kill as well. But man, look at that leaderboard. 5 of those teams alive right now are in the current top 6. It's, you know, not good news for those that want to try and make a bit of a run in the back half of this grand final and try and get themselves into a top 5 position. That door is starting to look quite shut.
Yep.
That's laid from Long K on to Edie. This is certainly the kind of game Newhouse need to just keep scrapping the points together. Obviously with Burrow and Purple Mood, AG all still alive. One smoke grenade remaining for Uda. Makes the push behind the sandbag. Riz has just gone popping off with Shanks as well. Long K did confirm the kill with the Molotov on to Edie. Got the knock on the Ordra. Can though. Wins it with the Groza. I tell you what, this is just going to come down to AG and Purple Mood. Maybe not just in this game, but I think with this tournament.
Yeah, potentially. They're the ones that seem to be most consistent. Buram, they're seeming good at least tonight, but you can imagine it's a little bit too late for them to show up with this kind of consistency. NGE, a factor in this game, certainly, but on the leaderboard, they're in 12th. Up comes Khan, or Nawadra, sorry. Currently blinded, using his own defensive utility to try and dissuade this NGE push. Khan is here for the backup, but the Blue's going to touch Buram before it touches NGE. This is aggressive, though, from Van Nye. Traded out just as quickly. Excellent presence of mind from Khan, and luckily the Blue is just touching the backside of their teammate. And so they'll be able to get that res. I wonder if Akita is going to play any significant role in this end game. If he's got mollies in his back pocket, smokes to delay, you know that Armory are looking at Akita and wanting to get that kill off as quickly as possible, so he's not as much of a nuisance. But if he can delay, if he can stop them from getting the advantages that they need onto Purple Mood, then Akita could certainly play a significant role in that 4v4. But I can only imagine himself getting a third from a position like this. Buram, though, not in zone. They have to push up, and I don't think there's much for them to push up to.
No, not really. This is not the game that Buram have to worry too much about getting more than they've already got. Top 4, 5 kills. Yeah, it kind of sucks for them that it's AG and Purple Mood that are probably going to go a little bit better than them here, but I mean, they're not in the same scenario as the others in the middle portion of the leaderboard. They're close enough. They can keep in touch with AG and Purple Mood after the conclusion of this game without being too worried, but they're just never going to be in a position to get further than that tree line. They're out. As expected, was just really a matter of who was going to be able to pick up the kills, and it's AG. They get 11 kills now in this game. Totally dominating performance. This is looking to be their second win. So far in terms of the grand final, they've had 2 4th places, 3 2nd places, and a 1st place. Now another top 3, arguably should be top 2. It's been a standout performance for a team that, remember, on the final day, the LCQ required a massive performance to confirm their spot, or even be in this position. It's been a huge turnaround in the grand final. They were very good in the group stage as well. They were 9th. They've always just kind of been on that precipice, but right now in the grand finals, they've just taken this tournament and ran with it. And James having a really good game as well. You know, we talk about Dynasty and Riz as the two frontmen for AG. As you said before, they've got members that can just stand up. Shanks had a good earlier game at the shooting range match in the first game of Erangel. Now James. So they're all just pulling their weight nice and evenly. But what does Akita do from here? Or in another case, what happens to Akita?
Well, it's Armory. The onus is on Armory. Akita can just sit and wait. And I don't think he's got many other options. He's looking for his one. Right now, the only points EXO have are placement points. PLM not comfortable on that edge. You can imagine Thanawat and Escaluja's position is probably something that PLM want. Looks like that gives them a bit more of an angle towards the north of this zone, but they're going to have to leave that and group up with the rest of their team, and it might get really claustrophobic really quickly. The other option for PLM is to push down towards Akita's house, but then even then, he has just as much of an impact as he would on Armory. So he'll certainly be a factor. I didn't actually see what his utility situation was like. If we could get a camera on Akita, that'd be sick. Because
it didn't seem like he had much.
Yeah, if he's got nothing, then he won't probably have that much of an impact. But if he can sit in that back room, smoke up, put a molly in the choke points, then...
That's in the back room and smoke up.
Okay. Well, that's something that your brain would go to, not mine. Anyway.
I do understand what you mean there. Can we jump onto Akita very quickly here? Because the smokes is really the only utility that matters. I mean, the frag grenades and such don't really matter. He's got 2. And he will be smoking up the back room, mainly because he's been pushed on by Purple Mood. I think this ends up being a situation where Purple Mood are going to be the ones that maybe clear him out as they want to get control of the yellow.
Go on the roof as well, actually. Forgot about that for Purple Mood.
One more. The only way Akita wins this game is if it comes down P9. Everyone is getting towards the asterisks and a bunch of smokes gets thrown out from everyone. He can just slip into them.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's really got to hope that the fights happen on the outskirts of the house he's on. That's a really good nade onto the roof. High ground advantage for PLM as well. I think it might be.
Oh,
no better time to do it. Akita's looking. He just wants something, anything from this position. But no one has fallen into his lap just yet. That blue zone's devastating. It could do it for Dynasty. Oh, he healed through it. But Riz goes down.
So, yeah, Riz dead, 1 for 1. They lost Tanawa, Escaluja in the vehicle. 3 versus 3. There is a world in which Akita pulls this off, but I think his best case would maybe to just sit in this building. I don't know if he wants to be killing anyone from PLM, at least not right now. 2 people on the roof.
Yeah.
Flucky and Thunders, Escaluja on the back. It's go time for Armory Gaming. They sense impending doom and they want to be the ones to get on the front foot. That is in their DNA, especially with the likes of Dynasty. Although he's a little bit further back. No. Molly goes in. Akita burning alive. He's got 2 first aid kits. He can get this one off inside of the smoke. Shanks can't make his way into the building, so Akita will be okay. But that's more utility used for him. Trying to just find a safe spot. That little check can keep you away from the Molotovs. Escaluja has been knocked by Dynasty. Good position at the tree. Akita just needs to hold on and try and get second place. The Panzer Faust from Thunders, though. Both teams wounded. Jumps out the back window. Full white Thunders on the roof. There's another flash in his face. Akita wants to steal it.
Oh,
Akita
no.
Shanks hasn't seen him. Shanks didn't see him because he knows he's on the roof. Shanks is knocked. Dynasty's gonna die. Akita's won the bloody game. Akita's won it for EXO Clan.
Unreal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, Akita. You madman.
Shanks, he's got no reason to even suspect Akita at the vehicle. He knows the other guy's on the roof. What a clutch, what a win. But EXO Clan for Akita. Look, this is the thing. You'll go and look at Wikipedia. If someone doesn't watch this game and they'll be like, EXO 2-kill win. Oh, they must have copped a hard feed. No, that is just a superb effort from Akita. Russell, he had to do a lot more than it seemed like. He had to make so many different decisions. He had very limited utility. So many different times you think, you know, there's these forks in the road. Could have done this, could have done that. It worked out for him multiple ways, but a tremendous game to close things out. I mean, all things considered, for Purple Mood and Armory Gaming, it's just another game where these two have just stacked up the points. They're leading this lobby. But for Akita, for EXO Clan, that was a fun little moment.
It's a highlight for him for sure. I mean, look, it's one of those moments where the player in the middle of all the action ends up kind of in control. Everyone around them has other priorities they have to worry about and other things that they have to deal with. And the kid is just all on his own. He's just chilling, just vibing, buying his time. And as soon as he picks his opportunity, I suppose, to come out, yeah, I mean, Shanks misses him behind the car. Don't know whether there was a spectator smoke or maybe a slight flash or something. I have no idea, but he misses it.
Shanks just looked like he was
focused
looking
on
up
the
at the
roof. Yeah, exactly.
he was just focused on the roof. So.
Mega focused.
Wow, what a tremendous performance for ExoClan. That's Erangel done for the night. We'll go to a break. When we come back, it's Takeover.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st. Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Extra Clan get the win, and in a very dramatic style, courtesy of Akita's good thinking at the end of that game. But it needs to be said, Russell, of course, in terms of kills, in terms of the teams that clearly had more influence on that particular game, Armory Gaming, Purple Mood, they absolutely dominated and starting to quietly dominate this grand final, this leaderboard as well. So look, these are some of the kills. Jane with 7, by the way. I mean, standout performance from him. Shanks had a really good performance as well in the earlier Erangel game. Again, just highlighting for AG, it's not just the Dynasty and Riz show. The other two are certainly very valuable members of that roster, but overall, I mean, you can see there with the kills. Again, AG, Purple Mood, they're all over it.
Yeah, Thunders was the top fragger going into tonight for the entire lobby, but Armory Gaming has not necessarily swept him, but definitely taken over that mantle. I believe Riz and Dynasty before that game were at the top of the leaderboard, and you can imagine they're probably going to stay there by the end of it. Maybe even James puts himself up, but we're on to Tego next.
We are indeed on to Tego, and then Vikendi after that. So here it is, high time now that for those teams not really in the top 4, top 5, got to start to turn it around. If you want to be winning this tournament, if you want to be truly a contender by the end of at least tomorrow night, these are the kind of games you really do need to, change the run of this show, because right now the show is just being ran by Purple Mood, by Armory Gaming. They're starting to extend themselves a pretty decent lead at the top end of this leaderboard, and I think it's always the case of when is it too little, too late. And clearly by the end of tonight, it could be too little too late. Just the way in which AG and PLM are running away with this. I can easily see with 6 games remaining, the lead being something like 50 points to 3rd or 4th, and that's just going to be too large.
And guess what, Jake? Armory Gaming and Purple Mood are the 2 teams with the most points on Tego out of the entire lobby. So if that narrative keeps up, then the top of the leaderboard isn't going to become any easier to get to. That said, Booram is close behind. Seems like they're having decent performances on Tego, but it's really only them and then Fury after that. Everyone else has kind of dipped down. Granted, we've only played 2 Tegos so far. This is our 3rd one. And this is a map where everyone is going to have fantastic opportunity to get a win. I mean, look, I don't think it's a throwaway. It's not anymore, at least. But some teams will probably take it a certain way and send for maybe an all-or-nothing play. I wonder if the teams actually have kind of like a more confident pick over Tego Vikendi, and when they play 6 games a night, they go, they head into Tego and they go, okay, this is our throwaway. We don't really care about Tego, man.
Nah, you can't,
not
anymore.
Vikendi. I don't think anymore. But when Sandhawk was in, and that was only 1 out of 5 people were doing that. So
did you do that with Sandhawk?
Yeah, of course.
So you were like, I'm asking genuinely, like, as a core competitive player, that you look at the map and we're like, who cares? Yes. I almost just you straight up disrespected the map.
Maybe it was a Zoid thing, but yeah, when well, not disrespect, but Sandhawk was so telegraphed, right? And the drop spots were so, everyone had their own drop spots and no one was going to leave. And the circles played out the way that they did all the time. So every time we went into Sandhawk, it was like, okay, we know what we're going to do, and that's it. There was no extracurricular activities for Sandhawk. There was no deep and meaningful discussion about it or theory crafting about Sandhawk. It was just, okay, we know how the circles are going to play out if it, based off the circle 2 pop, and so that's it. Sandhawk wasn't necessarily a massive throwaway, but it was one that you went into and like, okay, well, Sandhawk will get it done. Whatever happens, happens. Especially that was during PGC 19, and I remember very. I mean, look, PGC 2019, all the best teams, and Sandhawk, I believe that was the first time it was played on an international stage, maybe a little bit before that, and teams were still going into Sandhawk without a care in the world. Or maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but still not as nearly as much a care for the map as the other 2. Like a lot, like they cared about it a lot less. Maybe it was because of the resentment towards Sandhawk, but I think it was just so telegraphed and so random, and it played out in basically the same way every time that you just looked at it and didn't really think about it. You just played it and then moved on.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think also new age PUBG, I think there's a little bit more of that competitiveness now as well. And coupled with the fact that it's now, while still being 2 different maps, it's still, the same amount. If you kind of look at Vikendi and Tego in the same way you would look at 2 Erangel, 2 Miramar, and you kind of then have the middle 2 as well. While they are 2 different maps, it's still just about the same amount of games, right? So I think you have to, in this era of PUBG as well, you go and look at like these guys from Buram having 1,300 official matches, and then you go and tell me, if I ask you, Russell, do you think Buriram take Tago and Vikendi seriously? I know your answer is yes.
Yes.
Because that's just competitive state of PUBG in 2024, and it has to be for everyone. That means that for your exo clans, that means for let's say your back home oceanic teams, you have to put the weight in, you have to put the work in, and really figure out these maps, the way you're going to rotate, the way you want to play, little nooks and crannies, little dips, where are the bowls at, understanding all of that, how you want to rotate out, what happens if it's this circle, what do we do if it's here, how do we play the north-south split on the river, all of these different things. It's not like the hardest part is you need to just get repetition. You just need the games. Exactly. And unfortunately, you only play one Tago, one Vikendi, whereas you play a lot of Erangel and you play a lot of Miramar. We do have the circle for this phase one, as we've just kind of gone a little bit podcast mode to start this because there's no action happening. No hot drops, no shenanigans, soon to be though, and clearly a little bit more of a favoritism to the Northwest Island with this phase one circle. Great news for Fury, T5, Purple Mood. And I was actually speaking to Insight at the conclusion of that last game, and it was a little reminder. Of course, they won that previous game, Russell, of Erangel after the mansion split where they called it the C1 circle. Yeah. And we were kind of talking a little bit about how it's actually more of a negative than a positive. You're not just sitting there like, oh, we've got circle, we're in circle. Yeah. The negatives that come with knowing, especially with Mansion Lipovka, it's typically always been a 4-single split. Teams will know that. They can go to Mansion. They should expect one, maximum 2 people there, always usually 1. And so he actually was saying they were extremely happy with it, considering how difficult it was to begin that game. They lost Monty early, so they were 3 men. Their loot spot was invaded. It was a really annoying kind of game. So to get that win, Akita in that fashion, a real standout performance for EXO. They got up to 92 points in 6th place, and separating a little bit from the other Oceania team, Fury, who are in 8th. FW on the move in 7th, actually, and have very much stalled out throughout this tournament so far. Over the last couple of games, it's been a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely has. Not what we're used to seeing. Close to EXO. EXO's going to get to the bridge before FW, and they'll spot that. And so hopefully they can maintain information on EXO as they go over this bridge, and FW can remain confident that EXO have moved on, because the bridges on Tago, they're not as sneaky as the ones on Erangel. You'll be able to see if one of the EXO members stops to pull off some sort of cheeky camp, and I don't think that's the case for EXO. They want to move on. That bridge was out of zone. They want to get as deep into zone as possible, pull off their own game plan, not be held down by a camp they don't necessarily need to do. Honestly, I don't even know if they spotted FW. FW probably the only ones to spot EXO there. All the way on the northern side, which is currently free. EXO is the only team to do that. FW is probably going to follow them. Saw EXO on the northern side yesterday, and then it shifted completely off of them, and we were devastated. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. We're couple shots taken from Fury in the distance. This is on the western side of the zone. Buriram has just crossed this bridge, and they're looking for a spot. Fury says this one is taken.
At the end of the night, though, Russell, I'm going to ask you who you think is going to win this tournament. I want your early prediction to that.
Jake, I was going to tell you that before the tournament started.
And it was going to be Armory Gaming?
No, it absolutely was not. But I'm pleasantly surprised. I mean, look, I had the on paper top teams to win it, because I think in a lobby as stacked as this, that's where the talent's really going to shine through and other teams will struggle. But I have severely underestimated the talent of Armory and Purple Mood, to be fair.
Yeah, it's difficult even now. They've got a pretty decent lead, right? We're at this point halfway through, well, into the halfway point of tonight. 21 points over Purple Mood, and with no real signs of slowing down. Two teams that, you know, aren't really ranked the highest out of Thailand. Armory Gaming finished 5th in the last series, Purple Mood 7th. Although, you know, reminder, Purple Mood finished 2nd back in Thai Series Phase 1, right? And because of that, ended up going to PGC, which they obviously had Duckmans on the roster over Esquilusia. So, you know, a little bit of a shake-up, sure, coming into this particular year. But I like the roster that they've got. You know, Flucky, I think, has been a great player. He topped Frag back in Thai Series P2. So, you know, it's not a case of like, oh, you know, I think Duckman's just kind of got a bit of a free ride to PGC and then has, you know, vacated his spot again, as we see Leo have a little bit of spray to the unfortunate 777, who might just get a bit of a reprieve, a little bit of luck as he sends his vehicle into the waters. Hey, better than dying. He can swim away from here. I don't know if X-Men might actually just think, why not?
Yeah. It would be this. I mean, look, this is 777's tournament in a nutshell. If he's going to be hunted down while he swims across here, then honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, X-Men need the points too. I mean, this isn't necessarily a freebie because you're going to have to put yourself out of position to get the angle onto 777. You can see Leo wants to go a little bit lower, but going lower, well, there's not much cover. And 777's on the other side of the bridge. They're looking for him though. But he's got breath to deal with. He can hold it, come up for air, and then go back down. My real worry is if X-Men put one on the left side of this current bridge, they'll be able to see him run up. In fact, I think they're already kind of prepping for him to come up onto land, which he has done. And then as soon as he starts running is when they're going to take the shots. I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as 777 gets away, that's when X-Men leave. But until that moment, X-Men are committed. He's wary too.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously knows. He just copped one to the head before sending it into the water. He's not stupid.
I mean, you'd imagine TE would have good angles for cover here, but I'm not hearing any shots exchanged. Okay, there
also,
we go.
when you're having the tournament that 777s has kind of been having, right? Like, you, you really overthink these little scenarios. He's got 4 smokes. He could pop these. He could get a bit of cover fire. He could get out of here rather comfortably.
Don't let me die, guys, please.
Armory Gaming, though, what a tournament. 21-point lead. Now it's just all about, can they sustain this? Can they finish off the good work that they've really put in? Just a solid all-round roster. Makes a name for themselves coming into 2024. Some really good highs leading into the official tournaments to come. Excited for them.
There's just consistency, man. I don't like.
I think that's the biggest thing is, yeah, they haven't really put a foot wrong. At least in grand final. Well, keeping it to the grand final, right? Because I think in group stage and LCQ you can make some arguments, but I mean, second, fourth, second, first, second, you know, and a whole bunch of other top 8s as well that weren't named there. That's so consistent. It's
scary. It really is scary because even Buriram at their absolute peak, you can imagine them having bad games. Armory Gaming, I don't even know if a bad game is in their vocabulary. They seem to be so solid, even in the most competitive APAC lobby you can currently put together. Long K dominated by NGE on these far angles. The smoke should be enough to at least put him in the car, although it won't be comfortable. But I think NGE realize exactly what T1706 is trying to do, and they are approaching very rapidly. The knocked player in the back of the car, but Van Nye is hot on your heels. A headshot to the driver, or maybe not, that was the passenger, who's already wounded. And that puts more pressure on T1706 to stop the car and finalize this res.
Look at that, how close Long K almost bleeds out. Phase 2 pop, by the way, is a doozy. Southside Fishing Camp still in. It's not favored. I mean, you look at this and it's pretty clear you're going Northwest Island, right? You know you're going to be playing in and around Palace.
Yep.
But P3, you know, Phase 3 Circle doesn't have to play fair. It could go hard shift down to the south. Fishing Camp opens things up. But it feels like Circle 3 always kind of does the job for Circle 4 anyway. Q confirm to spot T5 out in the distance. And Pathapong has been knocked just quietly, almost a 40-point deficit to AG, and they cannot be affording now to be losing players early, especially Pathapong, who's been their best player so far in the grand finals, and he does get finished off. I mean, what can you do? It's a rotate loss. You can't just stop, pull out, drop smokes. You kind of want to get moving. They're on the north side of the circle, but where they turn back around, hello, it's ExoClan. So you're still not safe. And Thanatol's been knocked down from bad to worse for him and for his team. Rossiter Jr. was able to get Hiker Man, Hatsawat. They doubled up on him with the seat swaps, but Thanatol lost on rotation.
Damn,
I mean, you get one, but you've lost 2, and suddenly you don't have position either. You go back to go dock, and now you've almost lost the vehicle as well. Bad to worse for Teraton 5.
Can't catch a break. Everywhere they go, there's a team. Q confirm, mind you, we're taking fights on 2 different angles there. T5 was just a little bonus for them. They were mainly looking towards Fury. But yeah, it sucks. Really does not bode well for T5. They're on, you know, in position in the top 4. Yeah, that's a 40-point gap. But they could not necessarily easily make it up. I don't want to say that, but they could definitely make it up. Not with games like this, though. Losing players early, definitely the #1 cause of PUBG depression and lost tournaments. You can't do much when that happens. There's only a couple game plans you can really stick to. Monty alive and well, looking for something extra, but T5's not going to give it to him. Armory Gaming? Oh no. Don't make it even worse for T5, man. Don't make it even worse. All right, they're going to get away, I hope. Oh, but I think both their cars are smoking. Ah, they are limping, Jake. They are absolutely limping.
Yeah, fortunate to see. 20 seconds till phase 3. I mean, there's a little bit of hopium here that it does go to the south, that we do go to fishing camp, but I mean, it's very unlikely. Armory Gaming, I like the position that they're going to have when this does go north. Not really, I mean, except for the fact that X-Men could be a bit of a nuisance coming behind them on the blue. They may not be anticipating that coming out of Go Doc. Phase 3, over towards Palace.
Oh,
Which means I think TE will be the ones to cop the feed next circle. I mean, they have to. More land on that island, which immediately you can see Danko Gaming call out the parachutes, emergency, off they go. And the second one to follow as well from Newhouse. A little bit of a bridge camp. I don't even know if you'd call it a bridge camp. This is the weirdest kind of positioning. Rapsiak Esports at NGE trying to just kind of hold over this western side bridge. And neither of them are looking to take said bridge.
No, you're right. They're all going, I mean, NGE's kind of opting towards the south. FAP was the one player that needed to buy time here.
It's like, let's all just meet up in the hill and fight, and rather than cross the bridge.
I mean, RXE is going to commit to this no matter what. RXE, what do they have to lose? So Battle will do his best. NGE was like, yeah, screw it, we'll come. You've invited us to this party, we'll happily RSVP. Akai now the last one up, though. Turns out the party was all a lie. RXE dominating, but they're going to lose Bao LP. That's not ideal, especially when you have another player that could help you out in that scenario. But I guess the blue is applying enough pressure. Vinisu opted to get the res onto Thanahan. Left his teammate out to dry. And Hakai, he's in a lot of trouble. I mean, this is just a disaster for NGE, no matter how you slice it. Even if he was to get away here, score a couple kills onto RXE, the zone is so far away, and everyone else is in the zone ahead of you. Thanahan, what a good aid. Presence of mind to know exactly where they were, too. I don't think he had enough info. He just got res, so that's doubly impressive.
Stupid fight. It's such a dumb fight. Just did not need to happen, at least not in that way. Yeah, Esports get wiped out. Fortunately for them, tried to make their way in. Parachute system didn't work out. X-Men also gone.
Damn.
And AG will more than happily just soak up the points. They go to 4 kills this game. They are just starting to run away with it a little bit.
Would you say the X-Men were going to be a nuisance? Armory Gaming says nope.
Yeah, I mean, X-Men probably have been more of a nuisance to themselves so far this tournament.
Yeah. Haven't really seen them in any decent positions. Panzer combination and the P90. I don't think you can win no matter what.
And question marks over Theraton 5 as well, Russell. Rightfully so. Another game, another round where they haven't really been able to capitalize and get a whole lot out of it. It's been, honestly, a rough night. They haven't really done anything tonight.
Yeah.
Started tonight on 97 points or on 105, so that 8 points from 3 games is clearly not a rate that we expect from a top team, and certainly not a rate that's going to keep them in touch with Purple Mood, AG, Buriram. Others are going to look to maybe overtake them very soon. Phase 4 circle, northwest, just straight north. Okay, right on top of Palace. Tambu with the M249 up close. That thing is deadly. No heroics from a key to this game. This is not Aaron Gull, this is Tago. He gets eliminated. The Expendables just trying to defend this area. Exo will have to go a different direction. Insight rotating away. He's the last one alive for them. So from a standout performance to close out Erangel, despite some iffy circumstances, it's not quite working for them. Now here on Tago, Danko and Gaming have also been eliminated. Demisty wins that battle. No one is surprised. The solo for AG. Oh, the quick headshot onto Flood as well. 2 for good measure, but eventually Luke 12, the numbers do prevail. 3 versus 1, he got 2, no more than that. Great news for Purple Mood though, who can start to just bridge that gap ever so slightly. Same with Buriram United as well.
Yeah, but as you pointed out, Same can't be said for T5. QC is very interested in what just happened to Fury. Opon's up on top of this hill. The blue zone grenade will open it up, although, to be honest with you, Fury were already opened up. They were looking very bruised. And Opons and the rest of QC are just here to clean it up. That was a very quick and very random bridge fight. RXE, I suppose they were victorious previously, and they'll certainly deal some damage to Cerberus and make it annoying for these reses to actually come out. Tycon from PLM in the distance. But I mean, Cerberus, I don't know. Look, I'm trying to analyze what's happening here, and we're just like quick cutting, and it's just chaos everywhere.
I'm just trying to figure out how there's just no other teams inside of Palace. There's like one, maybe QC's just pulled in. You can see on the minimap. They're just slowly making their way in. Yeah. Cheeksing and Opons, yeah, holding kind of just outside of it. I mean, Palace is kind of small. It's not that massive, but there's certainly a lot of room if teams want to just send it in, get a couple of buildings, get themselves a position locked down. It is also phase 4 at this point. You know, a bit of a hard feed on Palace, so you can send it in without the fear of, you know, the circle kind of pulling away from the POI. But so far, Purple Mood, the only ones really, you know, in control of it. They've just taken a corner. I guess you could argue QC's also got the kind of northwest corner. Headshot from Hymas onto Edie. It hasn't quite been the standout performance from Hymas since returning to the roster tonight that they were maybe hoping for Cerberus' sake. It's been a little bit quiet. But this is also the issue with, you know, everyone else is kind of, you know, up to, what, game 15. He's really only up to game 3. He's got to kind of get warmed up. 777. Another kill for him. And we head to phase 5.
Fury got away with all 4. Q-Confirm got none of their kills, which surprises the hell out of me, because Fury had 3 knocked when Q-Confirm were pushing up that hill to third party that. So Fury are allowed to live. And they're fighting towards Insight just below them at the moment. I'm going to assume that Fury's push down this hill is not going to be easy. First, they have to deal with Insight, then TE will get involved from one side, and Q-Confirm will get involved from the other. And Fury will have to take multiple fights at once. Maybe even if there's not many trees on the low hillside there, then PLM or any other team off in the distance to the south can get involved as well. But Fury are certainly a target right now, at least on this zone. Cerberus, however, they did not skate away with 4. They only got away with 2. RXE causing an absolute nuisance for them. Playable area in front of them, though. That road, that rock looks pretty decent, at least as a position to bounce themselves off of. And Insight's taken care of cleanly. So Fury have a little bit more time to work with, a little less pressure on them, and they are turning the attention towards TE.
20-minute mark, but only 8 teams remaining.
Yeah.
So no wonder it's probably just slowed down a little bit. Certainly a lot more room to move. You can breathe. You can kind of branch yourselves out as a team a little bit, try and take some space. Unicorn Cyber, though, as they get kind of shot at by Hymas, they're in the worst spot on the cliffs. Not easy to push out of. FW closest to them, and you're also then getting peppered from a distance. It feels really bad for them. Great shots from Hymas. I mean, just kind of highlighting what he can do individually, especially with that Dragunov. He does have an 8x on it, but still ridiculously difficult shots to hit repeatedly with the DMR, and that is a smoke onto White Kick Mookout. We got knocked, north side hold for Fury, but Crate coming their way as well. Mortar Strike 2 from Thunders onto Huang Long. So Hymas needs to either go for the confidence. Oh, he got him!
Oh my god!
Double knock! You said stop peeking, because if he had just got tagged again, he would have died. He also needs to go for the revival to Huang Long, but you know what? Maybe just leave him, reload, try and get these kills.
Oh my, I mean, I guess the blue's closing in. He may as well go for it. No way!
Oh my god, no way!
This guy's unreal.
He's got
absolutely
all 3
unreal.
of them!
If he gets this 4K, I'm gone. I'm done. I'm out of my chair.
Well, they're gonna die to the blue. So Power up close, pulls out the P90. Hymas for the 1 versus 4. He gets it.
Oh my god!
All 4 wiped out by Hymas of Cerberus Esports. There's a reason why everyone keeps asking where this guy's been in the grand final. That is what he is capable of. He did kind of allow his teammate to die, but I mean, hey, he got all 4 kills. He can do it. You can't be complaining if Huang Long says anything. I'd say, well, I got all 4 kills. What do you want from me?
Exactly. Welcome to the lobby, Hymas. Good to have you here. On to the Fury Q-Confirm fight, though. Destined to happen. Flood down off the back of that cow knock. It's been hard to recover, at least the timings here for Fury. It allowed Q-Confirm to push up a little bit, get up close and personal, but Cow is making up for it. Said that knock was my bad and is moving on. Opening it up, really, versus Q-Confirm. This is desperate for Fury. Out of the zone right now, but honestly, Q-Confirm have kind of thrown themselves into a rough spot. A couple knocks here hasn't made it easy for them. They're the ones with the position in the first place. They could have just held backwards angles, allowed Fury to push down the hill, and taken their liberties when they came to them, but instead they pushed up. They went aggressive, and you can't blame them for that. It's an excellent strat to really take the fight towards Fury and not give them any space to work with. It could result in Fury's death a lot quicker, but it hasn't worked out. They've allowed Fury players to get close, very up close and personal. Cow with the AUG gets one, and I don't know who got the other knock, but Fury have been allowed to survive. And what's better for them is it's allowed them to now grab their cars and rotate deeper into circle. They can now look towards Palace. They can now look towards the other spots in the zone they want to take. And Q-Confirm is no longer really that priority threat for them.
Oh, can't make it behind the tree. Luke Swift with the mini. Nordra at the rock. Edie coming in to try and play savior. Early tag there from Luke. A second to follow. Is there a third for the knock confirmation? No. But a bit of vintage Luke 12 there with the mini 14. And just makes the path forward for Fury far more manageable.
Yep.
You know, Edie has to prop, he has to heal. They couldn't get the revive. They can't get to the tree that's smoked out. Highmass continues to just do Highmass things. 6 sacks. Watch. Oh my God! What is this man doing? On a mission. The random P90 spray into the smoke is the equivalent of a basketball heat check.
This guy's unreal. Oh, don't get another one. He only got one of those kills though, unfortunately for him.
Well, they're into the top 5 now because of him as well, and this is turning into a high point game because of Highmass single-handedly.
Yep.
6 of their 8 kills into the top 5 because of what he's been able to do. Eventually goes down. Now, mind you, that's a run he had to make. There was no other option. Death run, couple smokes out. Obviously, he's putting pressure. Did everything perfect there, but, you know, clearly it's still a death run, right? That's the definition. Mr. White's called a death run. Try and get to Palace, try and get to a little bit of safety, but he was out in the open. A wonderful effort, though, from Highmass. Sometimes you just got to sit back and appreciate some significantly good PUBG. Nordra eliminated for Bura Ramp. Bit of a quiet game for them, 4-2 kills. And Purple Mood, Russell, look at that leaderboard. They've just quietly gone and had a massive game. 4 players alive. They'd have the highest percentage chance to win this game. I think there's a chance they actually maybe overtake AG by the conclusion.
Potentially. Also a really good game for Fury too. I think they've racked up 11 kills off the back of them holding the north, just defending it incredibly well. Pushing down when they need to, clearing out the threats. And they've only lost 1 so far. It becomes a lot harder. Yeah, 11 kills. Yeah, decent game from them. I mean, a couple teams in this lobby hogging all the kills right now. Q-Confirm have been relegated to surviving, existing, sitting still until this fight eventually pops off, and it is happening. Purple Mood have wrapped towards the south. They're leaving the building comfort of Palace and taking the fight directly towards Fury. Not the first time a team has done that to Fury in this game, but it's certainly a different beast. Different angles as well. The terrain for Purple Mood is looking a little bit better. At least for Fury, they seem a little bit more limited, but Thunders is making it look easy for Fury. On that backside there, struggling between each of these trees. If these smokes were dissipated, Cal might be knocked here. Escaluja has got a pretty good angle. But while the smokes are up, it allows Fury to live just that little bit longer.
Plenty of shots with that AWM as well, so could get a little bit fun with that. Frustration spray from Sneak Attack. Purple Mood trying to just confirm as much of that south portion of the zone. They've cleared it out. Thunders has done a good job of sweeping the backside. Should be a pretty clear-cut case for them in terms of information and knowledge. They've spotted QC. They know where Fury are. They've swept the back. So information for Purple Mood is at 100%. 12 kills, good position, south side. I mean, they've done all of the kind of checklist stuff that they've needed to do.
Yep.
Now they can kind of turn their focus towards, you know, Fury. Keep an eye on QC, who, you know, obviously need to push out of Palace. Once they do, they're also likely to get shot at by Fury. So I think Purple Moon are definitely in the best position to win this game. For my mind, I mean, I think Fury, you could argue in terms of the higher ground position. This is interesting. Love the throw feature being used there.
Rarely see it.
We saw it earlier on in the tournament as well, but yeah, very much a rarity. Probably more of a rarity to catch it in terms of the observation of it.
Yeah, that's true. Getting on the roofs, though. That's my takeaway from that little situation there. And whether or not those roofs are going to still be in by the time Phase 8 pops. QC, I think they've lost opportunities to get high ground as well. They could back off a little bit, maybe use the fence on the northern side to get on top of a roof, but I don't think so. I think Purple Mood has the liberty there. Where does Phase 8 go? They're donuts. Huh? Straight central. Yeah. There is a roof there for Purple Mood to use, but I think it's a roof that's going to be exposed on either side. So probably won't be super ideal. Although one of them can get up there, check it. If it isn't ideal, just jump off. Yeah, Exclusion's up here right now. Although it does have those little outcroppings, I suppose, on either side you could use for cover. They're very thin, but certainly doable in a game like PUBG. Maybe it allows you to prone as well. That high ground could be the difference here for Purple Mood.
I think Purple Mood are really just playing this smart, not wanting to throw this, playing ultra defensive, keep good positions, try and get high ground position as much as you possibly can and fabricate it if you can. So hence the roof play. Fury also can't really do much else right now from this position because if you just push over the hill, you're going to die.
Yeah.
You need to obviously just bide your time. So it's a waiting game for them. They also don't have the numbers. See Purple Mood up on those hills, sorry, on those roofs. From the hill. One thing that concerns me, Luke has no smokes. Red armor as well, red helmet. So utility doesn't look good for Fury.
They've been through
it. At least from Luke's perspective. Yeah, mainly because they've been through it. Didn't quite get to see Cow and sneak attack.
It doesn't look that good, actually, for Fury. If they were to leave that top of the hill, I thought maybe they'd have a little bit of cover to work with, but I think it's probably just fully exposed, apart from trees, maybe a rock or two. Purple Mood have to deal with QC first, though. They are the least threat, I suppose, in this game. I guess their biggest threat is the amount of time it's going to take up for Purple Mood to deal with them. The amount of time and resources, and it has to be clean, has to be quick. Thanawat's exposing himself to Fury, but I think they have enough info and enough confidence to get away with it. Yeah, this is Fury peeking, though. So lucky that Thanawat gets away with that.
Thanawat's got to be kicking himself there, though, because he thought he got the flush.
Yeah.
I think he just got him down to like 1 HP, and then just the last little DMR shot. He will get rid of Leon's. Thunder's going to have more than enough time to heal back up to full. So it's kind of down to the 4v3 we were expecting, though. QC dealt with, gone in, out in third. You know, not the worst of games from them.
This high ground means nothing.
Becomes a very interesting fight. If PLM win this, they go to top spot.
High ground means nothing. Fury are the ones now with the higher ground. But the utility onslaught from Purple Mood is working wonders for Fury. Don't even have to really worry about it. Thanawat's pushing up. So many flashes being exchanged from either side. Thanawat was so blind. Just had to hit the prone. But info was gathered on him before he hit that prone. He goes down just that easily. Look at all that Fury have to work with. They have to work with just this ridge, just that little bowl and that foldable shield, and yet they're making it work. They'll suffer one knock back, but this is still excellent for Fury.
Yeah, mainly because PLM are the ones just forcing it, right? So they've kind of picked up the pace, a little bit different to what we saw from them earlier in Palace. Still, it's a 2v1. Down to Luke. He wind the clock back for a vintage Luke 12 performance. 1v2 clutch, seen it so many times. And he starts it off with a headshot onto Esquilusion. It comes down to the 1 versus 1, playing the smoke well, but that said smoke is dissipating. Gone, it will be soon. And on the other side of it, though, is Flucky, and he's not lucky. Luke 12 once again shows us his prowess in the clutch. It's a 16-kill win for Fury. Much needed win, 99 points up into 6th place, keeping in solid touch with ExoClan. For Purple Mood, 2nd place will have to suffice for now. Of course, still a long way to go in this tournament, and they are right on the heels of Armory Gaming. But a solid win for Fury. They had nothing, Russell. They had barely any smokes. They were getting pushed on. They had a deployable shield, and they made it work.
Luke made it work in the end. I mean, look, that entire game for Fury was obviously well fought for. Yeah, I don't think we saw them that much, but the fight we did see from them was the one they took with the Expendables, the fight they took towards Insight, and then the fight they took towards Q-Confirm, both of which were excellent. They were all excellent fights. Fury survived through all of that, and then you see them in that spot in that endgame. It's just this little bowl behind a foldable shield, and I think there was maybe a car there as well, and you go, okay, this is lost. Purple Mood have it. But you're right, Purple Mood threw themselves at it, and then Luke, 12 in a clutch. I genuinely don't think, I think he's more comfortable in a clutch than he would be on a roof with a DMR shooting at far targets. That guy knows his game very, very, very well. And yeah, you do back him in those situations.
Well said, Russell. Well said. We are done with Tager. We'll go to a break on the other side. It's Vikendi.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the Grand Finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the Grand Finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st. Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the Grand Finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the Grand Finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
So halfway through the night here and getting towards the final stages of this tournament for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Of course, tomorrow will be the final night. So 3 very important games coming up here to try and set the tone heading into said final night. And it's been honestly a pretty fun night tonight because we've finally started to see the teams that I think are going to start to really put a stranglehold on this tournament. Purple Mood, Armory Gaming, to name probably the main 2, Russell. And well, look, honestly, maybe the last particular game wasn't necessarily about Armory Gaming. It certainly was about Purple Mood. They had a big performance.
We're seeing them run away with it, as you said. It's not good for the teams below them, but it's certainly good for their... I mean, look, it's good for them this tournament. It's probably even a good sign for their 2024, let's be real.
Yeah. One player that, by the way, had a significant individual game, though, was Hymas from Cerberus. Of course, we highlighted Cerberus at the start of the night. Now, this is his overall tournament so far. It doesn't look that amazing, right? You think, oh, but Xenox, it's been a long tournament. Well, he only played 6 games prior to tonight, which was the 6 games of the group stage. Of those 6 games, he had 14 kills, which means then he's only played the other 3 games earlier tonight. So this is from 9 games of action. In 9 games, he's had 23 kills, averaging 331 damage a game, 2.56 kills a game. I mean, he's been sensational. He just hasn't played every match.
Yeah, and when you look at Hymas as a player and you try to build this, I don't know, this kind of foundation of how you want to talk about him, it's all international. This guy's reputation now transcends to the international stage. You don't just look at how he performs regionally. You don't just look at how he performs in his home tournaments or the close regions. You look at how this guy performs internationally, and then you bring that back to regionally, and you go, okay, well, this guy, without a doubt, is going to deal some damage. So that's he's kind of in that exclusive club with a couple other players in this tournament as well.
Yeah, it certainly has been the case. And look, clearly, it probably hasn't been the perfect night still for Cerberus, even with his inclusion, mind you. You know, 1 player coming in, but then you're losing the IGL. We've spoken about that for Cerberus. It's clearly something that they're going to continue to tinker with. Mind you, though, as well, they are now a GPT team, so they can tinker with these things, and it's not quite going to be as impactful as it is for other teams. Fury did get the win, by the way, on Tago Luke 12 with a significant clutch in the 1 versus 2 after they were also down in a 3v4 to Purple Mood. Even though Purple Mood didn't get the win there, Russell, still, though, the largely dominant team in that game, and I thought they were playing really well. In saying that, felt like they maybe over-aggressed that final fight. They could have probably waited more in terms of time for Fury to push down the hill. Fury didn't have much util. They didn't have the best of safety and position. Yeah. PLM, though, just sent it. They just were very aggressive. They kind of gave up ground, pushed into Fury, and Fury defended themselves well.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Mood had the unique position in that end game of being able to kind of wrap the star, the final dot that determines where the circle finally ends in a game of PUBG. They had the unique position to wrap that entire thing and probably get control and look at all the angles surrounding the center of that final phase 9 zone, but they didn't. They got more aggressive towards Fury, and in one sense, I can't blame them for wanting to almost suffocate Fury's options, right? And make sure that they cannot do anything to get away with this. But you look at it from, you know, maybe I'm just being a hindsight Harold, but you look at it from that perspective and you go, well, if they could have just controlled Fury and eliminated them as they came down the hill rather than pushing up to them, then it might have gone Purple Mood's way. That said, we weren't in the game, and maybe the case was that if Fury were given options to run down the hill, it could have given them significant advantages towards Purple Mood. We don't know, but it definitely did seem like Purple Mood could have been a little bit more patient. And I guess the man advantage didn't really matter when you're up against Luke 12 regardless.
Yeah, 100%. On to Vikendi we go now for match number 4 tonight, and it's been hotly contested at the top. AG 146 points, PLM 142. You still wouldn't be discounting then the teams below them, T5 Fury, Newhouse, EXO. I mean, for FW and Cerberus, as great as they are, and I think arguably coming into this tournament, you could make a case for both as really the 2 favorites. Obviously, I know a lot of people would look at Theraton 5, but FW only finished 1 point behind T5 back in PUBG Thailand series. So don't discount them yet, but they're going to need to get a wriggle on. And Rapsiak could help them out here. Standard Lumberyard drop here on Vikendi. It's happened every single night of the grand finals so far. I think Armory Gaming have typically won this, except for the other night. It was actually a Rapsiak win, if you recall, when we got the Lumberyard circle here, Russell. So it's not as if Armory Gaming are like a 100% lock-in win rate here. Dimist is going to be careful. But obviously, AG are aware that Ramsiak have been landing here. And again, this is just the drop location for both teams. They just don't want to leave. They will happily both hot drop it. That's a sick little angle for Bao LP. 4 bullets left in the AUG. I think he's maybe just realized that. Nade thrown out from Shanks. Not good news for AG to lose Dynasty. And again, everyone else in the server wants RXC to win this. James pulls out the shotgun, gets the kill onto Huang Kai, who of course has come in. 6-man roster for RXC, and a nade from Thanahan lands well onto James.
Just trading out at the moment. Trying to figure out exactly where the remaining players on each team is. Rez will come out though, which is fantastic for Armory Gaming. I mean, that yesterday's Vikendi, Armory left. They left after suffering 1 loss, and then they went on to place better than Rapsiak. But I don't think that's going to happen this time around. Armory Gaming are going to want to commit. I mean, they kind of have to stay. The Rezzes are right in front of them. They've got 1. And Bao LP is incredibly isolated from the rest of his team on the southern side of Lumberyard, all alone, but arguably causing the most damage. He found another stack of 5-6 as well to help bolster his efforts. Thanahan's going to be the one to open it up, though. Again, onto Riz. Looking for a reply from Armory Gaming, but they haven't really had many. And Vinasuit through the window, an angle that Dynasty wasn't expecting, and Thanahan again. Another highlight for RXC. Applying the, I mean, look, RXC are applying pressure to put them on these angles, and then they take them out when they are on those angles. That was fantastically played from RXC.
Yeah, look, Thanahan gets the 4 kills, but everyone else played their part. Bao LP got the initial knock, Huang Guai got involved, same with Vinasu, so... it's pressure. 2 games in a row now on Vikendi. Now, this kind of goes back to that conversation we had on Takeover, where for Armory Gaming, they can just throw this to the side. There's so many games still remaining in this tournament, 8 to be exact. Of that 8, only 1 on Vikendi. So you're not really sitting back worrying too much. But it is also not a good look that you are losing twice, 2 hot drops in a row at Lumberyard to the team that's second last. So back-to-back, you know, pretty... poor performances, and these little Vikendi differences can be the difference maker when the tournament is all said and done. If you only say finish second by 5 points, well, those are your Vikendi points.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really devastating to look at it from that point of view. If you're Armory and you eventually lose to, say, Purple Mood, you look back at the Vikendis where you committed to the Lumberyard fight when you really didn't need to. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't need to commit to that hot drop, especially if you know RXC, a team who's on the bottom of the leaderboard. They're not going to give it up. I mean, the onus is on you to leave. They are 100% going to continue to commit to that drop. And when you lose it like that, I mean, look, they're going to be looking at the leaderboard. PLM's 4 points behind them. That's got to kick them into gear. I wouldn't be surprised if next Vikendi tomorrow we don't see them drop, because they can't afford to give up games like this. They cannot afford to let the teams below them any space. You can't give them any space at all. And committing to a hot drop like that out of whatever emotional feeling you're feeling at that time is just not smart. It's much more calculated PUBG to play from a spot you're not familiar with and do your best from there than to commit to a useless drop.
I mean, there is that vice versa, though, that we get to Vikendi tomorrow night, and of course that's going to be the 3rd last game. And if you do find yourself, say, 10 or so points behind, that could be 4 points. Yeah, if you do wipe out RXC, you kind of got to look at it both ways. It's that risk versus reward factor. Obviously, AG have shown they can obviously win it. They've beaten out RXC on Vikendi. I think the first night at least they did. But yeah, something to think about for them. Not much better for Purple Mood, though. Down a player 2. And it's not often that we will start a game with 5 deaths. Of the 5 deaths, they're all from the top 2 teams.
Yeah.
Which is, again, great news for everyone else. And look, being a little bit selfish here as a, I mean, I guess a viewer watching on here, but I'd like to see that gap not necessarily form to such a huge margin. Buriram, T5, Fury. Like to see them all kind of keep that gap close. I think going into the final night, whenever it's a 6 games remaining, and anything that's like 20 to 30 points with 6 games is in that doable range. Once you start going 40 plus, it becomes really, really difficult.
20 points, you look at that as a player and go, yeah, that's entirely reasonable. We can do that 100%. I mean, that's one good game, then that's a couple consistent games and you've already made that up. But of course, the teams above you also have to have average nights for that to happen. Currently, the two best performing teams on Vikendi are Buriram and EXO off the back of their wins, one respectively, as we haven't played more than two Vikendis, so that makes sense mathematically. But I mean, look, they're getting points regardless as well. Even without those wins, they're on the top. Buriram 4 up, 122 points. I mean, look, they can make that gap up now if they wanted to. A few more games to go for tonight. Purple Mood and Armory Gaming. I mean, one of them's out, one of them's weakened. T5 and Fury, I guess they're the next ones we look at. 20 points, 40 points for them, sorry. Still entirely doable with the amount of remaining games.
I think you could make a case even all the way down to Cerberus right now that AG's out. I mean, irrespective of what Purple Mood do this game, in terms of just closing the gap to Armory Gaming, like if at least one of those teams you would think statistically should be able to go and get, say, a 20-point game here. So then there should be at least one of those teams that looks to close the gap here right now on Vikendi going into our two Miramar games following this. See how it does transpire. Could be a couple, could be a handful, especially Purple Mood don't really do a whole lot this game. Down to 3 players there, just south of Dino Land out towards the west. As you can see here on the map, everyone else actually well situated within this phase 1 circle. Not a huge amount of emphasis, obviously dead center, open terrain, which if it does then donut up, could end up being a bit of an edge game. As Thanahan, the hero for RXC, gets caught trying to get back to his vehicle, and Raze will take a free knock.
Finished as well. Absolutely will take that. But he's being stared at from the new guy. It'll dip below the hill. Avoid death. I think even if he was to get knocked, his teammates are close enough to back him up. They can probably just pull up on that ridge he's on and save him from being flushed. I mean, look, on a circle like this, I would have expected probably a lot more action. There's so many teams when you look at the map. LPL_play for the stream. So many teams when you look at it and go, okay, they are so close to each other. Anything could pop off at any moment. ANG, Buriram close together. X-Men, Unicorn, Cyber, incredibly close. Fury can get involved with fights on either side of them. Lumberyard is where it's really popping off. Not good for RXC. Just came off the back of that win. They want to get out of there. They want to go play their own game, use that momentum, but right now it's a bit hard because there's a couple other teams occupying the spots around them.
Now, we don't always have the utmost amount of every piece of information, but from what I can, in terms of gathering information for Huangai, for Rapsiak Esports, it seems like this is his debut tournament. First 3 matches of his career at an official level, at an official tournament.
Yeah. All right. Welcome. Good to have you. Still not much action, to be honest. I mean, look, by this time on Vikendi, I feel like we've had, barring any hot drops, I feel like we've had some sort of meaningful 4v4 somewhere that's either ended in teams being weakened or one team winning it. Everyone's just chilling, utilizing all of the terrain on Vikendi to their absolute advantage. That one's gone pretty central. Train station will be the location NHE decide to go towards. QC above them. EXO also on probably the premier high ground in this zone. Cerberus moving into a central spot. TE's already in a central spot. It doesn't look like the rotations for anyone else is going to be super clean. Looks like the center of this zone is mostly open. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of edge fights about to transpire in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably a bit of an easy guesstimation to make there as well, considering it's been quite slow to begin with, especially on a map like Vikendi. And yeah, I think typically when you do get these kind of slow starts, does mean the rotational fights can happen, especially on a map like Vikendi, but the centered up circle makes it a little bit less chaotic, probably more streamlined. Would be far closer to that classical kind of PUBG rotational fighting, pushing into an edge position, trying to take a ball, trying to take a hill, trying to take a ridge. Around, by the way, have taken a parachute system, or at least Canaxi has. His name up in the air, and Wardra's still in a vehicle. Can't really see the others. LPL_play for the map stream. And FAP now the solo for New Generation Esport, and he's just out in the open.
Still down there. Still in 12th.
There was actually 3 members of Buriram that did take that pickup system.
Yeah.
now floating to the west of train station. Nordra in a vehicle following behind, and Canaxi's just straight dead. Opons will take that. Not good news here for Buriram. These are your opportunities, Russell. With AG out, Purple Moon down a player, bad position over towards Lumberyard. And they've just not capitalized. The ED knock, Tycon will take that and a flush. The rotate for Buriram has not worked.
I mean, it's an emergency parachute. I think intrinsically that is, a lot of the time it can be a 50-50 play. You are parachuting into an area that you have no information on. You're only guessing based off your experience in that area. And the entire place that Buriram went towards was mostly occupied. RXE though, they're going to be a little bit luckier. Cerberus was too late to the compound, but it looks like Power P is going to go and give it up anyway. Traded by Vinisu. Not clean for either team, but Cerberus still maintains the man advantage. They've got the vehicles, they've got the quick pull-up, but the nades are good. Flush onto Tycon as well. This is devastating for Cerberus, but Wang Long's here to turn it around.
Flash out. Hyun Long following up. Molly in his face. But Cerberus getting the wipe.
No.
But also then Cerberus get wiped themselves. And it's the old form of mutual destruction. 4 kills for Cerberus. 7 though for Rapsiak Esports. Starting to kind of leave X-Men in the dust. At the very bottom of this leaderboard, but they've got 4 players alive. This could be their game. This could be their game.
Been saying that a lot with a lot of these teams. Little glider there. That was a stylish entrance from whoever put it in that position. Escaluja smoking out of the doors. He's wanting to use them ideally. I think everyone saw that the fight that transpired here resulted in no one surviving, and now everyone wants a piece of this compound, and PLM is winning it pretty damn convincingly. That car just blew up in Razor's face. His hood, or his face touched the hood, and he's out like that. I would celebrate too. If 2 teams went for this compound off the back of 2 more teams completely losing out and leaving it completely free, I'd be celebrating like that too. That is absolutely hilarious, the way that Raze went out, but so successful for Purple Mood.
Needed those points too. Mainly because they were in a bad position, and really kind of highlighting here how you can go from bad position to good position successfully, unlike Buriram. And you get in, you got to then win that fight, right? You know that you're coming in late, or when you're coming in late, you know you're going to have to fight. They're ready for it. They keep all 3 of their players up after losing 1 earlier in the game. Obviously, Can and Nordra were able to stay alive, but for how much longer? Well, remains to be seen, because QC, bit of high ground. Can, is he going to hard cook this? He does, throws it over. Really difficult to throw those nades. 2 in his sight lines, couldn't get 1, and now he's done. And now just 1 up for Buriram United. And they will not be able to make hay here while AG are out, so it'll be 23 points, the difference still between them and Armory Gaming. Not impossible to overcome that one. Is Luke 12 with a long-range knock.
Yeah.
And he's looking for the flush, and he might almost just find it. Bit of a battle as well between NAG and the Expendables, center point of this phase 3 circle. Luke couldn't get the flush. QC getting the revive. Basically just needs to get a bit lucky here. He's kind of lost vision because of the smokes.
Could have got on the first initial few bullets. I think after that, behind a tree in smokes, too difficult. I mean, that was clean from QC to deal with the Buriram player in Khan. It still resulted in them suffering a knock and being pressured by a team in the distance. How it goes sometimes. Couple of the Fury players, though, they're in strife. 1 car's been blown up. There's a foldable shield there to help them out. The other car is surviving. Probably necessary to keep it alive. And Seek Attack's been knocked by a mortar. So Unicorn, Cyber, I mean, they know where that would have happened as well. They can opt to push onto this if they wanted to, but they have to keep in mind all the other teams around them. EXO doing their best to hold their edge, and so far it's been clean. They have corralled the remaining Dankar players onto the top of the hill. Hwang, the person in the distance, the cover, he's already dead. Jund is gone now as well. This should be clean for EXO. 1 knock minimum. As Hiker pushes over the hill, Akita goes down, and that changes things a little bit. Hesitance there from Hiker, but he still wants to get it done. He realizes that if they give DK too much space, it's over. It's a nice headshot, but Jund with 2. No way he gets 2 here. In the blue 2.
in the blue, and he's salvaged it. Monty, I think he's dead. But the other two will survive. It will be 3 up for Exo. 4 kills.
Sheesh.
Lose 1. Job done. Insight comes up clutch. Exo, it's really kind of been the night of just gritting your teeth and holding on. In probably their definition tonight. And that earlier win because of Akita. Insight with the clutch. There's been a lot of these kind of close moments. We haven't really seen Exo, dominating per se. Now Opons and QC pushing on to Exo. I think they're about to get wiped out. Only Insight still standing. He is going to be corralled by Q confirmed. Micah gets flushed. Akita gets flushed. Those kills get stolen. Exo clan down to just Insight. He gets one onto Cheeksing, a second now onto Opons.
Show us
Wonderful
the
effort
kills.
from Insight. Now in a 1 versus 2. Can't make it happen. Loses to Petra. And in the end, Insight does his best. Playing the rock, playing the positions, but clearly outnumbered. QC aggressed upon. They couldn't really ever get those revives and get back up, and all 3 standing. And Exo go out.
I'm sure those were excellent kills from Insight. Good effort, definitely very good effort. He's had some pretty good moments in this tournament, I think. He's the IGL, but doesn't mean he can't frag. Incredibly experienced, and sometimes that's all that really matters. T5 group up, northwestern spot in the zone. Pretty good. Not much room around this compound for teams to, take a slow approach towards it. It looks like this is a compound where if teams want it, they're going to have to breach it, take it by force. And so T5 will probably be okay with it just off the back of that. Maybe the North could provide some pressure for T5, but for the moment they are chilling. Q confirmed would be their next threat, most likely. Fury have survived as well. It looked like they were in dire straits after that mortar knock. But they've survived, they've rezzed their players. And they're just sitting in bowls. It's not like Fury have much control over this game, let alone their position. And you can't blame them. Split up, man down. Just trying to survive, just living. They put themselves in the center. I think they really opted for that. So it's their own fault that they can't do much. Look at Flood. I mean, look at these positions from Fury. This is what I thought would happen. This zone didn't look entirely... This zone didn't look entirely playable, at least centrally. It looked like you were going to be playing around trees and rocks and dips on either side of this specific road that Destroy's looking at. And that's what we see. Flood is playing a rock with his car, and Sneak Attack is sending it for that res.
Unicorn, making their way out of the blue. Right on this edge, circle shift out towards the west onto X-Men. This could be their game to finally collect a decent amount of points. Luke 12 knocked out. No resurgence, renaissance from him, as he was able to do on Dago, not to be here on Vikendi. And while the last 2 games have been won by the Aussies, their time here in Vikendi is not going to be good. Aussies don't do well in the snow because we don't know anything about it.
Goddamn right.
Tube will take that kill onto Luke 12 from a whopping 300 meters away. Thanawa collecting them, and Purple Mood, they've slipped up into that first place now. They are past Armory Gaming, and they are building that lead. Look at the lead now to PLM, to Fury, 40 points the gap. It just hinders the amount of teams that can realistically keep themselves in a good position going into tomorrow night. Right now, it's probably, Burev, AG, both still in that contention, but T5, Newhouse, Fury, they're kind of just holding on. Same with Exo. Well, that's surely a kill here for Flucky. SLR, Aik to X from here. Has a good sightline of Destroy. And a nice little seat swap from Escaluzia on the drive-by. Had all of the information called out by Flucky. Escaluzia low, he can go down now, first aid kit. This is a good game from PLM, just cleaning up Unicorn Cyber. They made quick work of that. Bit of help from NHE.
Yeah. Where do PLM go from here, though? They've got to find, those crates that are inside the zone or some sort of ridge in front of them. It looks like Newhouse is going to take the position they probably want, opting to go for that hill. Screw the compound. The compound's out. Compound's occupied. And so this honestly might be an advantage for PLM. They know exactly where Newhouse is. They know, what it's going to take to get within nade range and make it uncomfortable for Newhouse. Oftentimes being on the backside, being on the back foot, being the ones that come in late is actually more of an advantage than setting yourself up in the position in front of you. And I think Newhouse is probably going to learn that the hard way here. PLM definitely have all the info they need to make this work. One can pull up a car on the right side of that hill, while two people cover. Even two can go and one can cover. And it should be pretty telegraphed from Purple Mood. But the plan, there's the plan and then there's the execution. Escalusia is the cover with the SLR, and the execution has been mixed so far. Flocky's going to go all the way to the top and fully commit, going for the double run over. And now Escalusia has to back off. No more cover. Flocky's now in a 1v1 situation, but he'll get it done. Now he's officially in a 1v1 situation, and he'll get all three.
Wow.
Or all two, sorry. Thanawat got the first run over, but well handled there from Flocky.
Yeah, really good composure. Low on health as well. Not a lot of room. Escalusia wasn't close, or at least not even in a really good position to be able to help with those kills. Sensational. And with this kind of game that Flocky's having now, he's also joining Thanawat and Thunders as being just top fraggers for the overall lobby. Between those three, they all occupy top 5 for kills.
Damn.
Or at least close to it. Flocky probably might need 1 or 2 more to enter that category, but it's the conversation that they're in as Escalusia with an 8 onto Tanvu. He's no slouch either. Having a very good tournament. Does get knocked by Thanatol, someone that probably needs to arrive. Because I think in this grand final, Thanatol has just not shown up. Top player from the PUBG Thailand series, and Thanatol has not quite been able to, match those highs.
X-Men 4 up. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the one game we've been looking for forever, really. One of those T5 players was on top of that tower there, but opted to get off. Probably a smart move. It didn't look like there was much cover up there. And Thanadol takes out PLM. Good effort from PLM to survive. Get into the zone, take a fight. Very well handled by Flocky and Thanawat. But T5 too much pressure. They've left their compound, they've left their safety, and pushed up and tried to regain some control over this circle. X-Men 0 kills still. That'll be their first. Opon's down, and they really need to make it work off the back of this. They cannot maintain an 11-point gap to 15th. It's just not realistic for players of this caliber. This game needs to be stellar from them. But as they continue into the zone, Upchen loses his life.
Yeah, this is the game, though, that T5 more importantly need to win. I like the X-Men story, but T5 need to keep in touch with Armory Gaming and Purple Mood.
You're right.
Flood's going to burn out. Tanvu takes those important points there for TE as well. They're on that precipice in terms of the money cut off. 11th place does get you more than the bottom 5 places. 2 up still for the Expendables, but this is where T5 have to be clinical. They could get this win. 4 players up from this position should be winning this game, should be clearing these final teams, including X-Men. There's a chance to, pick up some really handy kill points then into the chicken dinner itself. Thanatol, AWM, well used. Leon's has been taken out, and with that, there goes QC, tied with Cerberus on 90 points, halfway point of the leaderboard. 7 kills for Theraton, 5 can get up to 12. As X-Men holding to the northwest, Thanatol and T5 to the northeast.
TE are in a unique position, though, especially if Tanvu opts to back down towards the compound. He could just wait alongside his teammate in Duck Juice and just see what happens to T5 on a circle like that, too. It's almost guaranteed. Yeah, Tanvu's moving. No point in staying up there. He could probably stay up there and be a nuisance towards T5. Just stay on the side of that hill, maybe weaken them. There is definitely a strong argument to be made about weakening T5 and X-Men in this zone. Just taking them down in whatever way you can, whether it's, damaging their vests or doing the more important thing and getting a knock and flush. But it has to be justifiable. It has to be reasonable, because not only do X-Men still have a chance at 3 players, but TE also still have a chance to win this game. And so the risks you take have to be justified. Looks like T5 is in very close proximity to X-Men. And Rossiter Jr. is stacking up on the utility. Unfortunately for him, more smokes than utility that will deal damage. X-Men, this is the push they need to make. The final push. A game where they could probably do well. They're incredibly exposed, and they're going to opt for the compound. This is looking better and better for T5.
Yeah, got to win from this position. No ifs and buts. I mean, you can make a case they might miss a kill here or there because of the fight between X-Men and TE, but that's okay. Win is more important. And you got the 7 kills as well. As of right now, the gap to Purple Mood, 36 points. Pain gets spotted straight through the window, and Duck Juice is sharp. Yeah, and the Expendables wanting to get the points here. Some very valuable ones to try and keep themselves in that top 11 and closer to the other money positions. Tanvu with the initial knock onto Tarnished. I think this is where T5 probably went over aggressive and push into these buildings and then force the close quarter fight. They got zone control. Like, they know they're going to win this 99%, like 99.999 and repeating. But it does mean you have to kind of give up on some of these kills and manage to steal one, though. The MG3 there from Path and Pong. And it's the Expendables that will at least get second. Unfortunately for X-Men, they do succumb rather easily in the end. Good resistance met by the duo for the Expendables and for the Theraton 5 points now. I mean, if we give them the win and the kills, 6 points, 125, yeah, right back in it. Basically one above Buriram, and, you know, with 2 games to go tonight alone, still all of tomorrow night.
Yep.
Good position to be in.
Something like this needs to be the play that starts it off. The problem is for Duck Juice is if he gets the knock, say onto Hatsawat, that's great to start it, but he's got to quickly find cover because he's got to survive. His role, unfortunately, with the numbers that the Expendables have, he has to do more than just get one. He's got to prone all the way up here, which is treacherous to begin with, and he's got to get one and then survive to get another. And then we can talk about TE winning. But from this position, the Hatsawat is in. It doesn't look realistic. He's going to drop his bag. Get rid of as much as he can. He knows the play. I mean, this is the only play he can make. He's committed to it now as well. Hatsawat's not looking over the ridge, to be fair. So he could sneak up without much sound. Get that quick peek off. But then, of course, off the back of Duck Juice, Tanvu has to do stellar work as well. And he's stuck in a building just taking peek battles. So I'm not even sure if Duck Juice gets this opening knock, it's going to matter for Tanvu. Tanvu's arguably more limited than Duck Juice right now.
Yeah, I mean, no real way to overanalyze this. It would take an absolute miracle.
I'll do it anyway.
Has to just be extraordinarily lucky. He is somewhat accounting for Hatsawat as he stands up and throws the nade. He is behind a tree, but Hatsawat, yeah, plays that right, peeks over, gets the knock. And Tanvu's position inside of the POI is known and blows himself up.
Very nice.
So denies 1 kill, Theraton 5, 124, tie with Buriram. Hopefully for their sake that one point doesn't come back to bite them later on, but it's not really their fault anyway. They get the win, a little bit anticlimactic because we probably knew they were going to get the win all of 5 minutes ago, but yeah. Hey, they needed it. When we saw Armory Gaming get wiped out, start of that game, Lumberyard in the hot drop with RXC, it was a cry to all the other teams, call out that you've got to have a good game here, catch up to them. While unfortunately, Purple Mood had a pretty good game themselves. They are now the new team to catch by at least just a handful of points. But, you know, clearly a top 4 that has formed here, Russell. And if you're not in that top 4, it does mean these next 2 games of Miramar are going to be so important.
Oh, yeah. Some surprising names not in that top 4 as well. But, yeah, now you're hoping that Miramar is the map you're more confident on because we've got 2 more coming up.
Yep, we are indeed. We've got a short break when we come back. It's Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st. Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last chance qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
It's been another fantastic night here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Hope everyone has been enjoying. Miramar to come now for the final two games of this evening's action. Of course, tomorrow will be the final night. So 6 games still tomorrow, which means 8 games in total. Still a decent amount of PUBG to get through, Russell.
Yeah, absolutely a decent amount to get. There's still time for the guys at the bottom of the leaderboard to make it up if they really want to get it done. Then yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty cutthroat. You're gonna have to be incredibly consistent and have some fantastic games. You gotta have that in your back pocket. But yeah, there's still plenty of time to at least get into that top 8 position.
Yeah, we'll go to the leaderboard here as well and have a little glance at it. Now, Armory Gaming, of course, got wiped out in Lumberyard, so they got 0 points from Vikendi. That left them stranded on 146 points. Purple Mood overtaking them, and you can see just the amount of kills. When you kind of compare PLM to AG, the kills don't look that massive. Then just go down 1 to Buriram. 32 kills is then the difference between first and third. So that's kind of what Purple Mood is doing to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and separate themselves they have. 7 points above AG, yes, but then there's that gap to the likes of Buriram and T5 and Fury and NHE and ExoClan. We're starting to get to a point though now where into Miramar we go, and I think the onus is definitely going to be on really everyone from FW up. I would probably start to put that line through the Expendables, but like, you know, if FW, Cerberus, QC, EXO, let's say those 4 teams in particular have, say, you know, a 30, we'll say anywhere between 30 to 4 points gained on Miramar, it could keep them in the conversation going into tomorrow, but that's basically what is required of them, and that's not an easy requirement to fulfill.
No, not in a lobby like this. Other lobbies, it would be a lot easier to get points. You'd be able to put yourself in positions where you could scrape together a few more points here and there. But in a lobby like this, no, not very easily. FW, by the way, have left the top 8 and put themselves in the bottom 8 with all the other Vietnam teams. So that's got to feel pretty bad. Again, still only one Vietnamese team in that top 8 in Newhouse Esports. I hate that there's all that red on the right side, man. We should have some of these teams on the left. It's not even, and I don't like it.
Don't point that one out too much. I mean, to be fair, HiMass is back. Cerberus certainly have a chance to sneak into that top 8 by the end of tomorrow. I'd probably put the odds on it actually happening with the way that HiMass has been playing, and as long as he does play into tomorrow. So far, though, it's been all about Thailand and Australia. When we look at the first 4 games that we've had today, Buriram, T5 from Thailand, EXO and Fury from Australia dominating for today. Although the win for EXO, of course, was not really the definition of domination. They did have to grind out a nice gritty win from circumstances that really weren't all that great. Buriram started the night off in a great fashion, but last couple of games certainly leaving a little bit to be desired. And T5, that was a much needed win. You have another poor game there on Vikendi, and you're kind of in that group that I listed off before, those 4 teams. You probably then make that 5, including T5. Right now, though, they're not in that list. They go into Miramar, and if they can have a solid Miramar, they're not all about being in contention for tomorrow. They'd be absolutely almost tired. So I think T5 have got themselves a really nice position here. It's just about making the most of said position going into the last 2 games.
Well, Jake, you'll be happy to know that T5 are the team with the most points on Miramar at 44, which is fantastic for that narrative going into the last couple of games. They want to keep up that momentum. They need to keep up that momentum, and need is a word we don't use. Well, now I'm looking for another word here. Need is definitely the apt word to use, because yes, eventually the maths are going to run out on you. Eventually it's going to become impossible for you to make up those points. And so for T5, at least they're on a map that, I mean, historically in this grand final, they have been somewhat comfortable on. Even with a win to them, they've still racked up 26 kills alone on Miramar, and that's commendable by itself. So definitely an opportunity for them. Although that said, my immediate thought going into Miramar is whether this Q confirm and RXC hot drop in Hacienda is still going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably has to, right? I don't think RXC, because they've shown already on Lumberyard, they're not changing things up, that they would then go and suddenly change things up on Miramar. I think that would surprise me, certainly. So we'll see if that does actually eventuate. I think it's with Q Confirm, is it not? And obviously, Armory Gaming was a team that loots close by to Hacienda. They like to pop over and get a bit of a look in. And, you know, you think about the fact that we flip tomorrow, so we start with Miramar. It means it's not a case of like tomorrow night, last 2 games, Miramar, AG might need the points, they might rush over there, get involved. So they have to think about that now. Like, next 4 games that we play are all on Miramar, which means that they're in a position where if they want to do something like that, I'm talking about AG maybe crashing the little Hassie drop, trying to get involved, not necessarily hot dropping with them, but you know, normal drop, loot up, run straight to Hassie, knowing that even if someone wins that, they're going to be a bit wounded, not really ready for another fight. Those are some very valuable points you could get. It also is coupled with the fact that one of those teams is second last. So you do kind of maybe feel like the only downside is that same team has been dominating you on Vikendi. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, look, it could play into the mental, but I don't think it will. I mean, look, Armory Gaming are going to have to think outside the box probably for the rest of the tournament. I mean, look, there was a point, I think, where, well, I guess there was never a point where they were really super comfortable in first. PLM was always on their heels, or close by them. PLM was in first at one point. But they're going to have to be, both teams, PLM and Armory, are going to have to be thinking outside the box, thinking about, okay, where can we min-max these kills here and there for the rest of the tournament? I mean, they can't let off the break. As soon as one of them lets off the break and starts playing safe or passive or whatever word you want to use to describe the playstyle, that's the team that's going to lose. That is the team that is 100% going to lose. In a lobby like this, you cannot give up that easily. You can't just shell up and just, you know, crawl inside your shell that easily. It's not going to pay off for you. So aggression is the name of the game, and from Armory Gaming, we've seen very composed aggression. We've seen very, very calculated aggression. I think back to that Tego game yesterday, where it seemed like they were moving up to a fight, taking the fights, then moving back, and then they were just going back and forth and back and forth, and they didn't really lose anyone on those engagements. So that's kind of why I'm favoring Armory Gaming, at least right now. But you know, look, it's only day 2, and we've got plenty more games.
Yeah, I do apologize. We had a very slight delay there as one of the players disconnected in the lobby, but good to go now here for map 5 of the night. On to Miramar we go, and again, 4 games of Miramar to come. But of course, 2 of those will be to begin tomorrow night, so we'll be flipping the schedule up, which means we do close with Erangel tomorrow, which means if you are a Miramar team, for instance, you mentioned obviously they're a top 5 for us, then these are the next couple of games that are super important to the point that T5 might need to actually be leading by the time we're done with Miramar, or at least close to it, and putting themselves in that position that it's at least close enough, down to each game at a time kind of thing. So what are they, 29 points behind Purple Mood? That's a lead that needs to be evaporated by the end of Miramar. If you kind of want to set a mini goal, 2 games to end, 2 games to start. And if I'm T5, I'm saying we need to be at least equal by the end of it.
Cerberus is the other team that I look at, because while T5 and EXO have both got wins on Miramar, Cerberus doesn't, and yet they are 3rd for total points. But we can't focus on that right now, because RXC and Q-Confirm are absolutely committing to this. I don't know why they wouldn't be. Q-Confirm up high, 1 player down low. I mean, trying to get up those stairs and escape the death that is RXC. And of course, Opon's found a Panzerfaust to start this one off.
Yeah, no surprise here. Of course, as we've already been saying, this is a fight that is expected to go through right until the end. Pretty much anticipating 4 Miramars in a row here of Rapsiak and QC. Last I recall, it was like pretty evenly split.
Yeah.
So,
what's that Q-Confirm player doing on the north, by the way? He was sitting there. He was just T-posing on the north, just sitting there AFK.
Yeah, I don't know whether actually. I don't know. Was that like a DC?
It is. It is. He's off on map. DC. Worst possible time. Cheeks King.
So, yeah, very unfortunate. Binasu just kind of playing the angles here, maybe expecting QC to be running around. Bit of a strange little hot drop scenario between these two, as they're usually quite confrontational. They go early. Jame will pick up the free kill.
Yeah.
Onto Cheeks King.
Free it is. I
mean, it did say that AG do like to kind of poke and prod and look in this area, and he's just spotted him T-posing there, just standing there like, oh, freebie. AG will happily take that. Pays to be proactive, pays to, you know, understand the environment around you. This is not the first time either. They've basically done it every game. But, yeah, Rapsiak probably feeling like they get a little decent corner of the map here, locked down, don't really want to run around. You got the Panzerfaust, wait for them to come to you.
Well, it's the first time we've seen the aggression halt. Usually the fight's over very quickly. This time they're just both sitting there waiting. And they've got a Panzerfaust of their own too.
I think they've both got the same idea right now. I think it's just a literal classic case of 2 teams with the same identity and same game plan. Sit in the corner, wait for the other to run around, catch them off guard.
Well, Jame as well, his presence means that mentally, at least for these 6 players, they're limited to running around the outside. Probably stops them from doing that. Fortunately for RXC, the one person who was disconnected in Hwang Kai has gone down, lost his life, gave it up, tried to get something done. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Thanahan and Vinasu crack to action here, even though they're on the back foot.
Yeah, I think RXC's issue here is they probably played this too slow. Whenever we've seen them do well, it's because they're on the front foot. And using that last game of Vikendi as an example, you know, Bao LP, he's peeking under trucks. He's trying to get, you know, contact. He's moving around, getting into good positions. But this time they're just kind of sitting around the pool table.
Yeah, I mean,
you can run around with his Panzerfaust. You don't have to sit still, you know. Like, you can run around with a shotgun. Like, I just think that they've put themselves into this corner quite literally, and
it'd be ideal.
It did not work out for them.
This Panzerfaust is what will probably win you the fight.
And now a Dust Storm.
And Exo lose too. Everything's popping. I don't know, are we getting to silly season? in the later stages of this tournament? Is it getting a little bit silly? Are we starting to see early fights we wouldn't see in the first 12 games? Maybe, maybe not. Bit too early to tell, potentially. I think it's been silly this whole time, to be honest with you. I've seen some stuff I've never seen in my life happen in this tournament. But bad for EXO, especially because they were one of the teams. I mean, we're looking at DK now. This is a central spot. Circles pops just south of Los Leones. And so for EXO to lose 2, most likely in a 2-2 split, their game plan is fully gone. They had an idea, they wanted to split. They were thinking about, hey guys, if the circle goes here, we're going to do this, we're going to regroup, this is our rotate path here and there, and then that has all been completely shut down after losing 2. Discord has gone a lot quieter, for sure. Still manageable though. With Monty having a foothold in the center of zone, it means his teammate can regroup and they can just create as much presence as possible and hopefully survive towards potentially a top 8 position in this game. X-Men are also moving in up on that north towards those shanties, those shacks, whatever you want to call them. And Tarnished, that is a nice headshot onto Hoang. Body shot as well, I believe, or an arm shot or something. Definitely 2 bullets landed. And he'll just skate by on 3 HP, but I mean, now presence is known, I suppose.
Just wonder if you're EXO clan, do you just shift your focus here? If the night, you know, kind of finishes around this mark, you know, 7th place, 50 to 60 points behind top spot, do you just come together as a team and be like, all right, look, we're not going to win, we're not going to get first, let's forget about that, but top 5 is still, you know, firmly doable, decent little upgrade in terms of prize money, you know, and a top 5 finish in a lobby like this is honestly nothing to sneeze at. That's actually quite good.
Yeah, that's,
I mean, if you're
really
top 5 in this lobby, that's, you know, essentially like PGC qualification from the APAC region, right? So
1 spot out.
Yeah, so I mean, at least close to that. You know, you're around that mark, you're around that conversation here and there. And obviously, you could probably sit back and say, maybe if this and had to happen and that had to happen. So, yeah, I just wonder if they might refocus internally. Obviously, you never really want to give up on winning everything, but I think the conversation's pretty simple. Keep trying to play your best, but let's just try and get top 5. That's certainly more manageable.
Yeah.
Something to actually aim for. That is achievable, as DK will happily take the 2 kills, play long building, good position hit. Circle 1 down towards the south, encompassing Los Leones and the hill valleys around it. As though this game, for me, firmly on that sort of like proverbial top 6. I'll just keep NHE in because they're on triple digits, but everyone alive, everyone healthy. And how this game progresses is going to be very curious, especially around Purple Mood and Armory Gaming. They're the ones that have got that, you know, rather big lead now.
Yeah.
They go out early, Brew, T5, Fury have big games. Suddenly the final game of Miramar tonight becomes very intriguing.
Strategies could also come into play. I mean, potentially in these next couple games, but most likely tomorrow night, where you're targeting a team. Not necessarily hot dropping them or road camping them, but if they pop up in the kill feed, then the onus is on you to stop them from getting any more points in that game. I mean, if you're Armory right now and Purple Mood starts fighting right next to you, I think the decision is pretty simple. You know, allowing for the terrain and the buildings you might be next to, hoping that they're pretty good to work with. But I think if Armory Gaming or PLM or whoever's next to the team they're currently contesting with, if it's a reasonable decision to make, then I think it'll also be a very quick decision to make.
Curious to see what the circle's going to do here. This can be just about going anywhere.
Yeah.
And obviously lost the owners the other night, which was fun. A little bit dull in terms of the mid game because there's just far too many buildings to play out of, and you can fit just about all 16 teams. Canaxi losing his life, not ideal. Well, Rim down on the coast. I assume he just kind of wandered in towards DK's territory, lost his life on the rotate, and they've got not really the best of position. Rim down to play early, not ideal for the team in 3rd, wanting to catch up to AG and Purple Mood. But obviously, Ram do like to play the edge. They can typically come in quite late. I think back in the last PUBG Thailand series, they had the most blue damage taken out of every team. Well, obviously the kind of team that wants to go dead center, but yeah, they're also right on the edge. Cannot really go any further out. The water is there blocking them.
T5 rotating on an isolated side, actually. All the way to the east. Fully alone for the moment.
Good copper feed too.
Yeah, I mean, that would be incredible for them. I mean, that would mean everyone else around them is fighting kind of to their north, to their west. Not really.
That's not bad though. I like that spot for that kind of circle.
It's good for them, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. They've got options too.
The main thing is what you said is it's isolated, right? So in terms of, especially on Miramar, when there's a lot of sightlines on this map, not having to worry about it. I mean, to be fair, I do see kind of Fury, QC further north of Los Leones. They'll backfill in. Probably a very similar kind of rotation to T5. So those teams and those threats will eventually arrive. But for now, it is isolated. Probably would do best with getting a phase 3 circle shift up towards that northeast if they're going to get a lot from it. Worst case scenario, could always just send it in towards Los Leones. But they are getting shot at by TE as HiMass with the DBS up close. This thing can wreck.
Do it to him.
There's a dust storm though, just on the edge of it, but looking right when he needed to look left was who dat. Org out for HiMass, expecting a bit more of a long answer on the other end of the building. DBS needs the full reload. Oh, he's playing this so well.
Yeah.
Cooked, perfectly thrown. There's the elimination. So Ozzy's got the cover as well, and he's got the left side of the building, so if he wants, he can go back in. Gets into the vehicle. Well, that was maybe the only misplay. Hadn't cleared the building, hadn't cleared close, so Ozzy couldn't really cover all angles. Gets into the vehicle without popping smokes, or could have honestly just ran back as well, as much as he didn't want to give up the vehicle. Yeah, HiMass got a little bit too greedy. Danatol knocked and flushed as well by Tanvu. Two very good players gone in the blink of an eye. Arguably, coming into this tournament, the two highest rated players, Danatol and HiMass. And how quick even the best of the best can get eliminated in PUBG. Down to just Reseda Jr. and Hatsuo. And spoke about all eyes on that top 6. And T5 Buriram wounded. Not going to have large games here on Miramar, and a good opportunity for Armory Gaming and Purple Mood. Speaking of at least one of those two, now on the parachute rotate, dead center of the circle, and may look to kind of drop on Brew, or at least around that area.
Yeah, I don't know. They've got options. So many little shacks and divots in the terrain here that they can opt for. DK is who they choose. They'll spot that car for certain, but they see it leaving. So it's a different question. Shanks is knocked out of the air, but inside the compound. Definitely resible. And just the pure presence of 4 armed men coming at you from the sky is enough to get Jun out of there and regroup. I mean, look, it's smart. You don't want to give up the spot that DK has. It's a fantastic spot in a zone like this. And to lose a couple players would be not a smart choice. So Armory Gaming get away with the emergency parachute. As I said, can be a 50-50 sometimes, but they approached the split. They approached the team that was definitely going to regroup out of all the other teams. For T5 though, man, that was, when I saw them in that spot, yes, it was isolated and I thought it was fantastic. X-Men was probably the team I thought T5 would push from that position and try to get at least a building, some hard cover to hold down, or they were either just going to stay in those dips that we saw them in when they first arrived. Either way, I think that spot's kind of hard to manage because you get there and you have all this choice, and you want to take at least one of them that I think you just kind of end up doing too much. You end up spreading yourself too thin or trying something that wasn't really super smart. And for T5, I think that's what they did. They just lost 2. They went up to try claim something that might not have been theirs in the first place. And that isolation turns into the opposite very quickly when they run themselves into TE, which sucks because I really do think they had a decent chance to deal some damage this game. But not to be. They're on recovery too as well, along with the likes of EXO. And, well, that's it. EXO's the only other 2-man in the server. So those 2 on recovery right now. Yeah,
a couple of 3-man teams, I guess, but you can manage with that. As we get the next circle pop, south of Los Leones is seemingly where we go. Opons is getting shot at. That's a long-range knock from Flood. Clean with the Mark 12. This is Flood at his best. Those are not easy shots. The initial shots, moving vehicle 200 meters away, moving away from you, so you're getting the backside of the vehicle.
Here's a DMR wizard.
Yeah, I think he landed ahead in that chain of shots. And yeah, we spoke a little bit about Fury to start the night as well, Russ, where obviously no expectations on this roster at all. But up into 5th really does kind of highlight the individual prowess of these players, what they can do. I mean, obviously Luke and Cow have played together, you know, for a little while now. Fat I'll take a freebie on to Raze, who has just not been able to get going this tournament. I mean, to be fair, you could make the argument for his entire team.
Yeah. Down to 10th. I mean, look, for this game as well, they're in one of those spots where you're playing for placement. They are setting themselves up in that massive mine. And that's not a spot you play if you want kills. It's not a spot if you play, that you will play for control. Oh, what a risky rotate from Q-Confirm. Maybe it was necessary. Through Buriram towards Fury. X-Men luckily no longer occupying this warehouse. They've moved on. So it is free, but Petret's driving right past it. He wants a ridge, a dip, a little shack, something to survive for placement as well. There's a lot of teams currently just off the first few phases that are now in total survival mode. Fully just playing for placement, trying to live. Doable in a zone like this too, because there's so much you can play that it's an easy choice to make, especially when you lose a couple players. But a zone like this can also be pretty fickle. A hard shift will throw a lot of plans into disarray. And, well, I guess we're about to see that circle pop.
Yeah, 30 seconds until. It does eventuate. Then Koa with a nice little central location. X-Men as well, just to the north. I like this spot for Purple Mood. I mean, Newhouse close by, but other than that, rather isolated on the south side of this circle, just to the east of Resort. Armory Gaming amongst the action, probably the kind of position that they could have a real big game from that location. And they cop an extremely good hard feed. So AG, dead center, teams around them everywhere. How is this going to end up? Purple Mood suddenly need to rotate, need to get into zone. They're going to have a high kill game now as well. Good for Buriram, though. I mean, they've got their whole backside. Nordra on the south and then Can and Edie up on that north side. They know there's no one in between them in the 2-1 split. Obviously, though, being the solo, Nordra can only do so much. There goes ExoClan. Rough. And I said it in the earlier game as well. I think it was on Vikendi. It's just been that kind of night for them where they've had good moments. They just haven't been able to really dominate.
Not hit their peak whatsoever. We'll know when EXO hits their peak, because they'll get a 25 kill win out of absolutely nowhere. But that hasn't happened yet. You're absolutely right about Buriram. I mean, their back was cleared a circle ago, so there's not much pressure on them. Although there is a little bit on Noadra, he just doesn't know it yet. Roster Jr. spinning out, doing flips, copping headshots, as is the rotation in a lobby like this, trying to make it to his teammate, who's a little bit lower in those dips. T5 have Cerberus above them. I don't know if Cerberus is going to commit to this and try and push towards this position. Wouldn't make sense. I think they're just going to try and be a nuisance towards TE. They realize the TE are in a bowl below them, so they can kind of take advantage of that, at least try to get a couple kills before they move on. I'm starting to think the vehicles for the Expendables as well are not in fantastic spots. Picking up first aids. A little bit dire, but luckily for them, Cerberus is moving on because the blue has told them to. X-Men up on high. I don't want to say it's their game, but it absolutely could be. Armory are getting delivered a couple of free points. FW from the sky. Riz, he has to get this one. It has to be clean, and of course it is. Honestly, no pressure there at all. FW wiped. Armory didn't even suffer a knock. The emergency parachute would have paid dividends potentially a circle earlier, but now everything's taken, and you just ran into Armory Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they'll happily take that. I mean, don't even have to really lift a finger for it. Dead center position. Sure, you're probably expecting teams to want to send it onto that location. AG ready for it. 3 kills. Rosita Jr. a little bit slow in that vehicle. 2-man for T5. Kind of affording to just really get out of it there. He's dead, surely. Luke 12 doesn't really mess from here. Oh, he does go prone. To be fair, tough shot. And also, well, it doesn't have to be just Luke 12. Here comes Waikiki to finish the job that Luke started. There goes Rosita Jr. 3 kills for Fury. And with T5's exclusion now from this game, 11 points the gap between Fury to T5, and that could actually send T5 to 5th place if Fury can go on and have a really solid performance here on Miramar. Hung Fong Do eliminated by Tarnish. Valuable points for X-Men, and just quietly getting closer and closer to maybe overtaking RXC to get out of that bottom spot. Van Nye, lots of kills there on Cerberus. They get wiped out. And that is, what, 92 points for them going into the final game tonight after this. It's not good.
That's one way to put it. Not expectations, at least. You look at Cerberus and you go, okay, top 3 minimum. Guaranteed. But I guess they've been messing with rosters, and you've said it multiple times. If you're going to mess with rosters before the official season starts, then a tournament like this is a fantastic tournament to do it in. X-Men continue to do okay, though. They're in a decent spot. Circle hasn't been too harsh for them. And they've got the high ground as well, so you would expect them to take full advantage of this. And Tarnish certainly has 3 kills to his name. Their next play is to move down into those dips. Chu finishes off the Expendables. And I guess that's pressure taken away from X-Men. They no longer have to deal with that. Unicorn, Cybert, X-Men probably going to go their separate ways. No reason for them to fight outside of zone. I think they're kind of both fighting for the same spot, though. Those ridges in front of them look like the most likely play for both of them. And so it might just be whoever beats them to the punch. For Buriram, though, their control maintains... I mean, it's the same as it was before, except now they've got intruders. NHE have moved up from the south onto Buriram's territory. I believe they were dealing with a solo before. This time around, it's a little bit different. Multiple members of Newhouse trying to take Buriram's control away from them. And you can see with 3, Buriram have to keep their head on a swivel. They have to watch multiple different angles. There's multiple teams they have to keep track of. They have to, I mean, they're going to be limited on information because they have to dedicate resources to Newhouse Esports. And while they dedicate resources to Newhouse Esports, the entire circle is going to play out behind them. Although Newhouse have got the opening knock onto Nadra, and that might make this push up the hill easier.
Yeah, they're 2 up now for Buriram. Need to try and salvage, need to try and keep Nadra alive. Not sure if that's going to be a capable thing to do. Just under a minute until phase 6. Nice break from Danoa.
Was it?
Well, started off. Gets you into half health, and then from there, bullets just seem to go missing.
Yep.
I'd say shots 1 to 3 certainly landed. I don't know about 4s to 8. After that, I think they all just went astray. Neil T and Newhouse.
Clean.
Yeah, dealt with Buriram. Really does open up 3rd and 4th, and that's a really, really good sign as well for Purple Mood and AG. For those teams in particular, you know, we kind of spoke about, Ross, like, at least I mentioned at the start of this game, if Purple Mood and AG would have had bad games, yada, 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 opens things up for everyone else. Well, the opposite has now happened. Buriram, T5, gone. The competitors looking to challenge out of this game does now mean that gap extends once again.
You're absolutely right. And Armor Gaming in prime position to take this game. They are playing these ridges like, okay, that's one way to take out a team, I suppose. I mean, look, they're taking out teams without even looking at them, Jake. I don't know what to tell you. Flood was about to get that kill. He was all excited, jittery. Guys are about to get a kill. And then from the sky, a rocket comes down and ruins his fun. So, I mean, that's
something
just
that you never had to deal with. You never had to deal with that one, Russell.
No, I never did. Thank God. PUBG Esports in 2024 is a different beast.
It is. 7 kills for Fury, 4 players up. Certainly the kind of game that can, you know, by the end of it, get them into the top 3, keep them in contention and going up against Purple Mood and AG. There's a big game for them. North side of the circle as well. And good vision, as you can see from this POV. Can they capitalize? Can they have themselves another big game? Obviously got a win earlier today. Back on Tago. Big thanks to Luke 12. He had a good one, and this is a good circle. 2-2 split, a lot of zone control. AG in the middle still have not moved. Haven't moved for 3 phases. Maybe 4. Purple Mood eventually going to be pushing in, but they've already been kind of thwarted back. Watching the map, LPL_play on Twitch if you want to watch it. Danko Gaming has made life very difficult for PLM. Every time Flocky tries to push forward, DK are just shooting at them. And if they get too far forward, then they're pushing into Armory Gaming anyway. So certainly not a lot of threat here up onto the North for Fury, at least for right now, while they're still in the circle. Mind you, that changes in a minute and a half if it does go south. And there is Jun getting a nice kill onto Sapal. That's the end of Unicorn Cyber. 6 teams remain.
There is the solo of Petret that Fury could step on, but I don't think so. I think he's too far away. More likely to engage with Armory before Fury. But yeah, you're absolutely right. These guys don't have any threat to worry about now. I don't think they're going to step on Petret now. They'd have to expose themselves to Armory to do it. They'll regroup towards the north. And just, I mean, look, from here, they just spread out. They just spread out. They get as many angles as they can. If they're in the same mindset as us, obviously we have all the info. But if they know for sure that their northern side is clean, then I can see them spreading around the entire top of this circle. and dominating all these teams as they engage in their own fights. Purple Mood, luckily for them, I don't think Armory is going to be able to push them when they're fighting DK. I think if Armory was to push out, teams like Fury and Newhouse would look at them. So I think Purple Mood can get away with taking this fight with DK. It just has to be a little bit clean. It can't be delayed. Jund can't, get across the road and live for too long. It's got to be really well handled from Purple Mood. And if they are going to let DK live, then they have to hope that Armory Gaming push DK before they push Purple Mood. But I think the angles are much more favorable for Armory Gaming to push towards Purple Mood. That said, Armory Gaming have Newhouse to deal with first.
Unit knocked down by Shanks. Armory Gaming wanting to get involved. Double from Shanks. He eventually confirms nil T. Dynasty been knocked by Flood. Fury have eyes on that location from the north, looking down. Jun, long range, again, just keeping Purple Mood at bay. Trust me, they've been trying to push in for the last 5 minutes now, but Dankoa Gaming are making it very difficult for them to do. Nice shots onto Jun, keeps him behind the building. Shanks eventually gets that kill. Dynasty getting revived. Still going to be 4 up for Armory Gaming with the 6 kills in a good position. Nice nade from Jun D. He's back into the roster. Didn't touch on that. He was out for the first night, or at least the first 2 nights. And he's pushing right up. Very aggressive. Could play underneath the vehicle if he wants in terms of the angles. And he does get the initial one onto Thanoa. Can he get any more? No. Smell got one though into Escalusia, only Flucky, and he's gone. Nicely done from Dankoa Gaming. Well, for the last 5 to 6 minutes, while PLM are top of the standings, DK though in control of that particular team. Kept them right out of the circle, right out of good position. Got the kills, 12 points for them, and edge a bit closer to number 11 on the leaderboard. In terms of the importance of that, it's obviously the pay jump. To get out of the bottom 5, you do get a little bit extra money, so close behind the Expendables, but a big opportunity now for Armory Gaming to retake the lead here in this leaderboard.
Didn't expect that out from DK. 12 kills so far in this game. They've had that central spot the entire time as Newhouse get dealt with. But I didn't expect them to come running out of there with that much confidence and just take Purple Mood on like it was nothing. 12 kills. Most out of anyone right now. They've definitely fought for it. And here's Fury moving into position. Moving closer to Dankoa. I definitely want to deal some damage. This is Fury trying to, A, stop DK from getting any space that would give them an advantage over Fury, but B, wanting to weaken them. Pushing up now as well, committing to it. They value this fight towards DK so much that they're happy to commit members going up close. Sneak attack is the front man, but hiding in the smoke is Jun. He's low HP, but playing around smokes, that cannot matter. The blue zone grenades will be fantastic though. They limit space, and they might even knock Jun if he's not careful. He's either got that backpack on, or he's just in between the 2 that were thrown. Petret's dealt with as well. That was the solo that they could have stepped on, but Flood was too aware. So it's still clean for Fury. Not many mistakes to be had. I suppose their next mistake would be Jun, but they're still wary of him too.
Yeah, really, really solid from Sneak Attack. This doesn't seem like he's doing much, but the way he's surveying in front of him, even though there's a target that's close by and he knows it, lesser players would get a little bit over aggressive. You see blood, right? You almost just like, oh, and you just run and then you just die. But I love his positioning and his movement here. And I think he's a player that, coming into this tournament, I didn't know as much about, but I think he's improved substantially as the tournament has gone on. Luke 12 picks up the kill into Jun. And especially when you're playing that frontline position, right? You want Flood and Luke 12 back, DMR's high ground position. So don't throw your life away if you're playing that front contact.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's where Cow and Sneak Attack have played really well off each other here. This is a really solid game from Fury. And Cow with a good knock onto Jun D as well. This has been superb. Blue Zone nade as well. Smell is just absolutely inundated with pressure. Well played and experience showing through there from Waikiki Mukau. And we have ourselves a 4-on-4. Armory Gaming versus Fury. And I tell you this, a Fury win here is absolutely massive.
Yes.
For the sake of the top 3, it's huge. For Armory Gaming, though, you wipe out Fury, you win this game, you get these kills, and you extend that lead. Yeah.
Armory Gaming, quick to go to the north, by the way. As soon as that fight with that Fury were taking is over, they went to the north. But you saw Fury. They don't really care. They were no longer on the north. They didn't care about that. They have their own road ridge to work with. Armory Gaming was hoping that that quick play would pay off for them. Maybe that they'd catch one off guard. They'd be able to catch the anchors coming down off their high ground, but they haven't. Armory Gaming and Fury remain in a 4v4 and it's just parallel. Armory Gaming has their line from north to south, and Fury has their line from north to south. They're being very cautious, though, clearing all that they can. Armory, as you would expect. And James is, I suppose, the one who has decided to make a play. While his team is making noise clearing a car on the north, James is being sneaky, very sneaky. But it's not like Fury's going to, allow James to get that close, I don't think. Unless the ridges are super good for him, he's very open right now. This grass is not long enough to hide in, my friend. If Fury jump spot this and they see James, that's the opening Fury need. Well, this is going to come down to smokes, Jake.
Yeah. Smoke usage important. How are you going to play around those as well, even more so? Nice initial off, though. Sneak attack. Oh, pumped his tires up, and he's been able to come through with the goods. Gets the kill onto James. It's not his time. Fury, go to 12 kills. Up into third for a team that's a band of misfits that's come together for one final time before going their separate ways. A chance to really have influence on this region. Sneak attack caught at the back, but he goes prone. Really nicely done. Knock on a Dynasty. That's from said man as well. Is this his time to really make his mark as a professional player, playing in arguably the toughest lobby APAC has seen for years? Two massive knocks to give Fury the advantage. DP at the end. Cow taken low by Shanks. Those are good shots from him. Blue zone nade as well, forcing Riz back. He hasn't got a good position now. Back towards the ridge, not an aggressive spot at all. Fury have got zone control. They've got position. They've got numbers. They've got util. They're playing the smokes well. They should be winning it from here. The onus is on them in the 4 versus 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't give this one up. It would be a devastating loss. Riz, we know that he can do a lot, but I think this is too much to ask for unless Fury push towards him. A 1v3 now, but I think even he realizes it's over. Completely done. Fury with a very, very well-controlled and very well-played game. Had control of that from 20 minutes ago, it looked like. And of course, when you have control like that, confidence like that, it's going to translate into a 15-kill win. Damn.
Jeez. Yeah, damn, indeed. That's their second win of the night as well, mind you. They've had a big night for Fury. They were 9th coming into tonight, Russell. They were 9th. Now up into 3rd. That is a huge jump. They've been absolutely magnificent. I'm not sure what's changed. I haven't really spoken to them. I know obviously that maybe you have, but probably not prior to tonight, or at least not about tonight. But we're going to have to, because something has changed. It's been night and day from the first 2 nights into tonight. And look, they're also the kind of team that's not going to be going and watching the VODs and scrimming and practicing and being too worried. They would have just rocked up on the night, and it's obviously all just clicked. That obviously in these deep moments, they've been very, very influential, and they've been so perseverance as well has been strong. I don't know, running out of good things to say for Fury. They've been great. Up into 3rd from 9th. Incredible. We'll go to a break when we come back. Of course, though, one final game for tonight, and we'll see what Fury can do once again.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st. Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last chance qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Massive game from Fury, 15 kill win to kickstart this Miramar bonanza that we've got closing out tonight and starting tomorrow, of course, and puts them rightfully back into a position where they can look at that top spot and think, hey, we can actually win the whole thing. Russ, a massive performance, controlled the north side of the zone, a lot of killing as we saw. They had good vision. I thought their positioning and play throughout that game was just absolutely top level, and really good signs that, you know, these guys, yeah, maybe not a core team, but, you know, all individually super skilled, and what a massive performance as well from Sneak Attack at the end of that game.
Yeah, the North American sub coming in and actually dealing damage. I think before the tournament started, he was meant to be the IGL. I don't know whether that plan has changed over the coming games, but I mean, look, all these guys, yeah, they've got the synergy, and they're players that know how to reel themselves into, and we saw that in that game. They were incredibly good at not overextending, and I guess the prime example of that is that Sneak Attack play when he was right next to Jun, but he had cover from behind him, so he didn't really have to do anything. And I mean, look, that's a sign of good communication too. I think these guys' communication is probably pretty decent right now. I mean, look, if someone's micromanaging or someone's calling the shots, it doesn't really matter. As long as everyone knows what's going on, then they can all reel themselves in, and especially Luke and Flood. I mean, those two guys are going to 100% be some of the most disciplined players you've ever met.
Yeah, 100%. You see there, the 88 kills, 135 points, and a second win tonight. No surprise to see us sort of highlighting them coming into the final game of the night. So it's been a terrific response as well from the, I guess, the Australian teams. In saying that, EXO probably the last 3 games after their win haven't quite been able to kind of kick on, if you will, after that massive clutch from Akita to kickstart things back on Erangel. But yeah, Fury have just been amazing. And we said at the start of the night, I mean, coming into it, again, they were 9th, right? Like, they were 9th, 70 points. You know, I think after like the first game or two as well, they were probably like 40-something points adrift. And it just didn't seem like it was really clicking for them. And rightfully so, because they're not really like a proper team per se. And we said it would be a little bit embarrassing if like these guys were to kind of, you know, come in and dominate this kind of lobby and what is such a skilled lobby. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're also just so individually skilled that it kind of makes sense as well. And they've been able to turn things around clearly and now get themselves into the top 3. And 1 game to go tonight, 6 games tomorrow. Certainly a massive chance to be able to capitalize and maybe win the whole thing.
I think as well for Fury, it's got to feel good to be above EXO, but obviously for EXO, it's got to feel bad to be below Fury. One's a real team, one's not a real team. So, I mean, my expectations for EXO was that they were going to come into here and overtake Fury and be above Fury. I honestly didn't expect Fury to have this level of performance. I thought that the peaks and the flaws of the SEA teams around them would keep them in check, keep them in that 7th to 8th position. I thought top 8 was realistic, but I didn't think they'd be fighting for 1st or 2nd at all. So I'm not stunned, but I'm certainly surprised. And I'm more sad that EXO hasn't been able to keep up. You know, their expectations going into 2024 are kind of de facto set here at this tournament. And so if they can't keep it up, if they can't, you know, match a team that isn't even real, then what do they need to go back to the drawing board and fix?
Yeah. So obviously one game to go tonight. It's all about that top 3 right now. There's a couple just below the top 3 that are still very much in the conversation. 6 games tomorrow. This one here, but for a lot of those teams that are anywhere from 10th to basically 4th at this rate, it is kind of now do or die. You got to start collecting these points because the way that Purple Mood, AG, and Fury are playing, they are doing so at a pretty rapid and consistent rate too, mind you. I mean, all 3 of those have been really consistent throughout the tournament. So maybe Fury has been a little bit more pop-up heavy tonight, but still popping up at such a high level that this is kind of what other teams need to do. This is what we talk about when we say teams need to collect these points sooner rather than later. You kind of need to emulate what Fury's gone and done. 2 wins in 3 games. Those wins being high kill performances as well, from a 40-point deficit to something like 15 or 20 now. It really does kind of highlight as well that as good as and great as Fury have been tonight, they're actually still a pretty handful of points behind that top spot, and even really the second spot. Like, they're still 20-something points behind. So, and they've had such a massive night tonight. They basically doubled their points from the first 2 nights just tonight, and they're still that far behind. So you think about a Cerberus or an EXO or a QC, well, it kind of looks like, oh, hey, if they, finish strong, it's a 50-point gap, yada, yada, yada. It's virtually impossible when AG and Purple Mood are just collecting the amount of points that they're getting.
Yeah, we keep going back to the word consistency, and I'm not sure there is a better word to describe those two. That said, I think for me, AG has a different style. At least they're getting points differently to how I'm seeing Purple Mood get points. Purple Mood, they seem to have games where they amass an incredible amount of kills and put themselves in that top 5, and then they get a little bit of placement points and then they die. Whereas Armory seem to just be always in the placement points and getting a certain amount of kills that come along with it. So I think they're both different, but they're both consistent in their own way, and it's fantastic to see that difference still paying off on the leaderboard because we know that in PUBG, I mean, look, it's more exciting for us as viewers, and it's more exciting for everyone else if you get to see different styles of play, but there's not really much style that comes into something like this. Most of the time, it's just luck, it's just RNG, and for RXC, it hasn't really started out very well.
I mean, as expected at this point for RXC, in this kind of hot drop shenanigan as we go to Hacienda once again. I feel like they've had more success on the Vikendi Lumberyard drop than they have really on Hacienda. Q Confirmed have done a lot better in terms of just dropping, getting guns, being aggressive, not really allowing RXC to do the shenanigans they would like to do. Not ideal either for Q Confirmed. I think, was it the other night you said as well, when you kind of look at QC's points and where they're at, they're on triple digits. They've had to deal with the circus clowns.
Yeah.
Every single game of Miramar. I mean, that's still kind of back to QC in terms of how good they've actually been
and
this tournament. Yeah, Armory as well. Obviously, Armory, it's like one map, but still.
Yeah, fair. I just want to go back to the days where we're fighting over compounds and we're sitting in the blue for 10 minutes. Those were my favorite times. That was where I thought silly season was really starting. Panzerfaust, though. Both these teams have Panzerfausts. So, look, if these guys run... Okay, and Armory Gaming's with the mortars. All the way from... Oh, it's either them or Brew. But as soon as Leons runs up these stairs, I'm pretty sure he's going to be greeted with a Panzerfaust rocket, which is why he might be a bit hesitant. I mean, look, I'd be hesitant running up there regardless. M4's pointed at the stairs. M16's Vector as well. Not fun. And this is stark contrast to how this hot drop has gone before. Exclusively starting today, both these teams have decided to take it a little bit slower, which I'm totally okay with. Although that said, waste more time. I guess we get to see more strategy. More strategy, throwing Molotovs through windows, trying to limit space on RXC. They're already down a man, but if you're going to give it up like that, you have to trade it back, and that's exactly what happens. Hopon's always ready. His name's always in the kill feed when it comes to Q Confirmed. And now there's a little less hesitance in terms of making the decision of whether or not I want to run up those stairs. That said, you know that at least one person's going to be watching it, and that is the case. And so we go back to a 4v3.
Yeah, second fragger, Opon's typically a little bit better than that. I mean, his highest damage dealer, probably just not been the kind of tournament where he's really been able to shine. The hot drops here in Miramar, not ideal. You're not really playing the way you would like. I think also QC themselves would probably admit it hasn't quite been their best performance. Remember, Opon's is a guy that top fragged the entirety of PUBG Thailand Series 2. The whole thing, not just on his team.
Yeah.
and the only players he was rated behind were Thanatol and Raze. I mean, that's a pretty good resume. But he's getting outfranked by Petra. Chigskin's not that far behind him. A little bit of similarities to probably Thanatol not really performing all that much either on T5. So some of the kind of like star players, it really kind of highlights you can't just rely on one player. You need to have that whole team singing, and that's kind of what AG and Purple Mood. You go and look at the stats. There you go, look at Twire. All the players on AG and Purple Mood all pulling their weight effectively. All for Fury as well. Darwin's not going to hit the mark here, but Canaxi feels the pressure. Darwin should have just spotted him through the window. Good little spray down, good little movement. Nice little jitter stepping from Darwin. Oh, clean.
That was dirty.
Canaxi's dead. Double kill. Buriram, bad to worse on Buriram, on Miramar, I should say. It's not been good.
That was dirty from Delwyn. Tanvu got the initial, and Delwyn was so quick to that fence. And obviously, there has to be such a precision spray. Only the head was showing, and he hits it. But yeah, Buriram. Look, when they came into tonight, they didn't have the most points on Miramar. So, not the best performance, but here we go. Finally, the Panzer Faust comes out, and the full-on assault from Q-Confirm is as successful as you would assume it would be when they have 4 people up and they get the opening knock. Very clean. They don't lose a single member. They almost lost Opons, I think, when he ran into that door. There was almost a team kill with the 4 fun spray, but that wasn't the case. Q-Confirm 11 life, 4 free points to start off the game.
Very ambitious there from Nuadra, but yeah, Buriram have just succumbed here. Really disappointing too, because going into the Miramar games, they were rightfully in a solid position. 3rd place, had just performed really well over the course of the night. Kept themselves very much close to Armory Gaming and Purple Mood, and they have just capitulated, Ross. They've just gone out really without any... they've gone out with a whimper. They haven't looked good at all here on Miramar. I don't know if it's a map-specific thing. Sometimes you just have a bad game here or there, and it just is maybe a coincidence. I'd still give them the benefit of the doubt going into tomorrow. 6 games remaining. They're good enough. They're the kind of team that can get not only a win, but can win with high amount of kills as well. But they really are going to have to pray that Purple Mood and Armory Gaming do not extend this lead. Yeah. Closing things out here for the final game. Who dat running around with the Panzer Faust?
No one to shoot at. Not yet. They are dead central after taking this from Buriram. Noadra is the only one in that incredibly ideal warehouse across the road as well. He's got to make it somehow look like there's 4 people there. Pick up all the guns you can. Shoot the Mini, shoot the SLR, shoot the Dragunov, get a K9 out as well. Shoot them all. You have to be 4 players in 1 if you're Noadra right now. Because everyone wants that compound. Cerberus sitting in a compound that, look, I don't think it's that pretty for them right now. 4 up in a compound that at least they can keep their cars up in, and they can move to terrain if the circle goes north, west, or east. But if it shifts onto them and then shifts off of them, I feel like they're in a really funny spot. It'll just turn out that way, that they're going to have to leave and probably fight terrain that is already occupied off the previous circle shift. But we are so far away from the phase 1 or the phase 2 circle pop. X-Men setting themselves up nicely on the high ground at Minas. They'll have a lot of info on the center of this circle. TE actually, honestly, this I commend this split. Doctor's alone, 777 alone, and only 2 in the priority compound in the middle. I think 777 is a grouping, which is the smart play. But still pretty risky.
Ross Sitter just getting lit up a little bit, not at his health, but more so his vehicle. T5 need a good performance to close the night out. I'm gonna be completely honest, from outside of the top 5, I just don't really give much of a conversation to those teams anymore in terms of winning this tournament. T5's the cutoff for me. Obviously, all quite dependent on what really happens in this conclusion, but they've got 4 players up, can still make something happen this game. PLM down a player, but have gotten a kill, and already PLM and AG have shown this tournament they're more than capable with 3 players. They can still have a high impact. Very much last chance for Cerberus, for EXO, for QC, Newhouse. And I mean that. I know I say it sometimes, because then, you know, they start tomorrow off looking good. But Flucky, 3v onto Akita. How is he meant to know there's a man sitting over that hill?
Yeah.
Can't scout it, can't see it. Flucky gets lucky. 2 kills. Purple Mood will take the vehicle as well. Say thank you very much. And that is just, honestly, morale breaker right there for Akita individually, for EXO as a team. What are you meant to do? What have you done wrong? How do you kind of analyze that?
Had a couple of morale breakers, have EXO. Hasn't been good. It's not been fun to watch. Obviously, there's a bit of bias, but knowing their peak and knowing what the individual players are capable of, it sucks to not see them reach it. Similarly with X-Men, similarly with NGE as well, TE too. Sometimes, I mean, this tournament's just been the case where teams with, on paper, fantastic individuals and incredibly high peaks haven't been able to reach them. And I'm wondering whether it's an issue with your strategy coming into the game, whatever you're thinking just isn't working, or whether it's just every other team around you is stronger than you thought, stronger than we thought, if we're being real. This is not going to go well. I can almost guarantee you. If they make this hot drop work, or this emergency parachute work, I am lost for words. It doesn't look like they are. I think they played it smart by entering, or at least Takai has, by putting himself on the outside fence. But the rest of his teammates sent it straight into the compound.
Ooh,
Panzer fouls from Huda. Yeah, out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting it, never are. And it's just Takai left. And NGE, they will remain in a spot on the leaderboard we never ever thought they would continue to remain, down there in 13th.
Yeah, and at this point, I've seen enough this tournament to probably think that's about right. Good team that can have good nights, just can't do it more than enough. There's some real quality there, as there is really. All 16 teams are quality at this level, in this kind of tournament, when you're looking at the best of the best. But when it comes to the comparison point of like an NGE versus, say, the top, 10 teams, what sets those teams apart is they're just able to scrape together points in games that they're not performing that well in, be able to live quite a lot longer. I think also scout better, get better positioning, rotate better.
Everything.
But more importantly, just probably everything. More importantly, though, just be consistent. I know it's a word we harp on, but NGE can have some really high highs. They just don't do it often.
I'm gonna look up some synonyms for the word consistent.
It's just such a good word, though.
It is. Congruous, agreeing, accordant, consonant, compatible. Nah, I don't think we have any. I don't think we have any other choice, man. Consistent's our only option here.
Yeah,
non-conflicting. There we go.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you can kind of string that as a sentence together using the sentence non-conflicting. But anyway. And I know it's a dead horse at this point that we're beating for NGE. It's unfortunate, but when you've got some absolutely tons of players, comes expectations.
They've done well in this tournament too. We have something to base off in recent history. So a downfall this harsh it's going to stand out. Silence across the board. A couple shots. I'm looking at the map and I'm only seeing one set of traces. Two set of traces. No one else is shooting at each other. Everyone's waiting for the circle pop. And as we've seen a lot this tournament in all stages, group, LCQ, and here, I think less so here, to be honest with you, but still more here, everyone seems to just be able to find a spot on the map, not die, not lose a player for no reason, and just survive. And keep that player count going into the Phase 3 and Phase 4 pop as high as it possibly can be. And we're seeing that here too. There is a 4-man split on the north and the south, DK and Fury respectively. And everyone else is fitting nicely as well. No one is taking any unnecessary risks. They're all playing pretty standard PUBG. And look, I mean, it's fantastic to see here, but it's also going to create a lot of chaos in these coming circles.
Up to the north we go. God. Wow, big hard shift. Water treatment, T5, they like this. Jeez. So does FW. As they just come out of that pickup system, they immediately come out of it. They went straight in, then straight out. They were like, okay, well, circle pop's good for us. Let's go straight back to water treatment. Handy for them. The kind of chaotic circle that Miramar can throw up from time to time. He on the move down the highway. QC gonna have to cross the road into the fields. AG suddenly their position's not all that amazing. Wrong side of the road in terms of the spatialness of this phase 3 pop. Hopefully we'll be able to heal. Water treatment is still FW. As NHE on the outside probably going to be knocking on the door eventually. That eastern, and especially southeastern circle point is going to be so congested.
Yeah. TE getting away with it though. They're rotating straight through the middle. Armory tested at the petty. Newhouse on the backside. Dynasty alone. Doesn't have his dynamic duo with him. QC also being tested. Bit of a ridge fight outside the compound. QC pulled up. Obviously Unicorn Cyber occupied the compound right next to them. And it sucks to be in Q-Confirm's position right here. Prone behind cars, smoking for survivability in phase 3. You've put yourself in this spot, now you have to fight your way out of it. Luckily for them, Unicorn Cyber isn't really doing anything to, straight up kill Q-Confirm right now. Unicorn Cyber's not aggressing out of the compound. They're not, getting close enough to where they can pull off a lot of nades. So Q-Confirm are allowed to live, but a team that is under pressure is certainly Armory Gaming, and most of them have now arrived to this petty.
Is knocked early by U-Dirt. Everyone in the lobby liked that, except for Armory Gaming. Can have some big ramifications on this tournament. AG don't have that many games where they go out and they get nothing, Russ. This is not in their DNA, not this tournament.
Yeah.
Riz has obviously been their star man, at least tied with Dynasty. Dynasty holding a good angle in the toilet, making sure no one can kind of get the cross. Does U-Dirt maybe go here at the back? Nade launcher. Dynasty. Oh, he loses the shotgun battle. The little drive-by from Long K is perfect. Shanks up close. How did he lose that? Riz got revived, but immediately gets taken down anyway. 2 versus 1. Long K will just wipe them out. James is on the other side of the road. He never made the cross. He can't help from here. AG down to 1. And they won't get any kills from this either. This is going to be basically a 0-point game for them. To the reprieve to everyone else. To the reprieve of your Brewer Rams as well. 33 points, 6 games to go. It's doable. It's in that range.
Yeah.
Not ideal, but it's doable.
Purple Mood licking their lips as well. That is a pretty harsh shift. It's been ping-ponging. This is what I said would be awkward for Cerberus. If it goes somewhere where they're not necessarily in and then it comes back towards them, well, all the terrain in front of them has been filled in already. So now these cars that they have are going to have to be used as breaching vehicles, really. X-Men are going to occupy the terrain they're probably staring at. Fury, only 4-man in the top 3. But their spot's out too. Circle hasn't been kind to those it usually is kind to. And there's not much playable space in this zone, Jake. I'm going to be honest with you. These ridges can only be taken up by so many players. And all the compounds are incredibly telegraphed as well. I mean, look at that.
Way into the field though. That's not bad. If he can just kind of hold on those little field plays with the hay bales, they can. If you can get a good angle, where maybe, but he's getting shot at by 3 different teams. So no, he's not going to be able to find a good angle. I don't think. The smoke is up. That's really just kind of buying some time. Vehicle's going to get destroyed. This is very much a 0-point kind of position as well.
Yeah. Just
simply based on having watched this happen to many players thousands of times. It's when you've got a last-ditch effort, but the last-ditch effort is the last-ditch effort for a reason. There's not much else you could do. You kind of just have to pray that you can get into a position at the hay bales that is going to deny others the angles. Fury loses to PLM, though. That's not ideal. A bit of a double up for PLM, north side of the circle. Taking out a direct competitor. But that top 3, all very wounded. If you're a Theraton 5 and you're looking at this game, I tell you what, you need to strike while the iron is hot. Because that is a very wounded top 4. You've got all 4 players up. You've got best position as well. Prior buildings. Can they win from here? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, they're in a good position. Long way to go. And the 18.5 minute mark, but a chance for T5 to really bridge that gap. A gap now that is non-existent between Purple Mood and Armory Gaming. They are tied. 159 points apiece. Again, we play tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's the last night. Monty with a big nade onto Thunders. 2 up. Flucky and Thanawa. EXO want a little bit of revenge after what happened to Akita. Can they find it? Going for the revive. Risky. Monty to push the ridge. Lucky. Doesn't hit the initial shots. Keeps Monty alive, and Hiker landing some nice tags, but I think Thana's got the revive. Correct, he has.
All on Monty, really. A good flash and a push over could do it, but there's too many players on this ridge. But as soon as those players peak, yeah, Monty's going to get it done. Traded out, though, very quickly by Flucky. And the players that Monty has up on high, Hiker Man included, are not there to cover. Weren't watching, couldn't get it done, but they might do it now from far.
Surely, Hiker.
Couldn't land it. Couldn't land it. Someone
Does go down
will,
to 777 though. Yeah, 777 is the one that benefits and gets the kill, but then traded anyway by Insight. Purple Mood out, 159 points. And it's not as if we're probably expecting James to get much. He's a little hay bale. It's not even inside of the next circle. They're also on 159 points. Fury are out. Never mind. Purple got one from the grave. That was Monty in the blue. They go to 160. Nice tags here from Hiker Man. 3 kills for Exo Clan. They're now above 100 points. Triple digits for them as Cheeksking and Huang Long both picking up a kill each. We go to 11 teams remaining for the final game tonight at the 20-minute mark. All eyes on Theraton 5 for me. Now, with Fury, PLM out, AG down to 1, Buram down to 1, this is Theraton 5's opportunity to close that gap going into tomorrow night.
It's such an easy spot to potentially throw away, though. They're maintaining this 2-2 split. So we're going north, and Thanadol and Hatsawat to get as much done as they can up there. Look for that third party, but I think that opportunity has passed them up. Fury's already dead. Exo's passed and dead as well. Oh, they're all going north. They're all going north and risking it too. Outside the compound, at least that was clean. At least they get away with that, only taking it, 50 damage here and there. At least they don't lose someone on that rotate. That would suck in a moment like this when they've got terrain to work with in front of them. A lot of the teams in front of T5 are in a similar position to the Expendables right now. The Expendables are stuck behind cars, using smokes, using the ridges that they can, and T5 is going to be able to run over them if given the opportunity. The Expendables down and out, though. T5 looking better and better with less and less pressure towards them. Exo 2 up, forgive me. Can still do some damage as well. T5, I mean, look, their only pressure right now is Newhouse doing something. But Newhouse is stuck towards the field, incredibly limited.
Is a two-man in a field.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Newhouse is the only team that can do anything against T5 right now until they make their way deeper into the center of zone. But let's not think about that. Smeltdown, Hymas doing what Hymas does, and Cerberus maintain this position after taking it away from X-Men earlier.
Yeah, there's an opportunity, James, to get a placement point here, which I'd love him to do, and he does do. Oh, my goodness. As I've said it, he's gone and done it. Oh, man. Didn't even let me finish the sentence. 160 points tied as he goes out in 7th. Nordra then gets rid of Bernardo 1. The Snakes don't last very long in the Miramar Desert. So all tied up going into tomorrow night. I mean, as a PUBG fanatic, that is always what you want to see, Russell. Final day, top 2 tied, couple of other teams just below. If they have a big night, things can happen, things can get spicy, but at the very least, there is still that 2-horse race to fall back on if needed. That's always fun between AG and Purple Mood. Don't discount, though, Fury. I mean, 25 points, it's not that much. Honestly, with 6 games, 25 points, doable.
Yeah.
T5, what can they get it to, though? That now is the question. That needs us to be answering as we go central. Okay. Unicorn Cyber, good little compound.
Yeah, look. Unicorn Cyber are going to have... I mean, look, they're the team in this zone that just has to pick their timing, essentially. If this circle continues to donut, then Unicorn Cyber, their only real job is to get kills as players run around them and then pick their timing perfectly when it comes to the endgame fights. That's all they have to do. Q-Confirm, T5, Cerberus, their job's a little bit harder. They've got to fight for it. They've got to take really clean team fights. They've got to waste resources, use up vests and helmets, and fight for a position in that endgame to begin with. We're not even down to the top 4 yet. Noadra finally falls. Buram, remember, losing members very early. So Noadra survived for quite a long time. Exo's still alive as well. I suppose T5, they take this fight towards Q-Confirm, and it's a tempting fight to take too. It's not like Q-Confirm have much to defend with, and that nade is potentially going to persuade T5 to get a little bit more aggressive. But if they do, Cerberus is on the backside here. If T5 go way too over-aggressive, put themselves in the same dip that Q-Confirm is in, it could leave it open for Cerberus, but they know Cerberus is there. So with that information, I'm thinking T5 are going to be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more calculated on this push. Just throw nades over this ridge, let QC and Cerberus fight, and we can go from there.
3 kills for Theraton, 5 up to 130 points, closing in on Fury for 3rd place, closing in on the top 2. Main thing is to just keep it healthy, keep the 4 players up. You're going to need them to take out Unicorn Cyber at that compound, who have got 6 kills themselves. Remember, they're trying to get out of that bottom 5, get into the top 11 for the money. You get into 11th, it's an extra $1,000, and it obviously continues for each position above 11th. So something to fight for there if you're Unicorn Cyber. Does mean for NGE now into the bottom 3 because of this game from UNC. That's not something I would have expected.
Nope.
Coming into the grand finals, Hymas, 9 bullets left in that AWM. Has the barrel as well with the 3x. 40 seconds till phase 7. 8 kills now for Cerberus. This is usually what we expect from them. Solozzi knocked down by Thanatol. Dragunov strong. Cerberus is a real threat, though. Real threat, because with Hymas in this roster, the way he's playing, the way they're playing, it's not an easy pushover fight. It's not a matter of... And they've also got QC in between them. QC, though, gets spotted by Hymas himself with the AWM. Hopon's knocked down.
I mean, QC in this is just... I mean, they're going to get ripped apart from both teams. T5 and Cerberus are going to work together, whether they like it or not, to take Q-Confirm out. I think Cerberus's angles are much better. You can see from Hymas's point of view, he was able to get that Orb knock, and he can see most of the dip that QC is in. T5 have to extend a little bit more to look down upon QC. And the only other fight that's happening in the zone right now is Unicorn Cyber and EXO. That's the only other fight we have to worry about. But that one's going to be dealt with very quickly. Unicorn Cyber's freedom in this zone, their control, I suppose, of the timings remains exactly the same. No one knocked on that EXO fight, dealt with very cleanly. And they can now turn their full attention towards this 3-way fight going on the west. And I cannot see Unicorn Cyber losing any members very easily, at least. They have so much control. Everyone else is dedicating resources to other things. Unicorn Cyber can dedicate every single resource they have to dealing with whatever they choose. That's their choice right now.
Yeah, I think Cerberus as well, understanding if they push out of this position too early, they suddenly become the ones that get kind of hunted down, maybe either by QC and T5 combined, or otherwise if you push into a bad position, then Unicorn Cyber can see them as well. It's probably why there's a bit of this Mexican standoff happening right now. Who wants to make the first move? May not be the best one. Yeah, and then it kind of kicks everything off. Unicorn Cyber, I mean, clearly hard-fed, but they also can't do much from this building. Do they want to get involved in the action? At this point, you can kind of leave the buildings a little bit. Try and push out. But even if you do that, it's not like pushing out of that compound is going to be able to get you vision. You'd have to push all the way to these hills.
Yeah, I hate to look or to see Unicorn Cyber just sitting inside buildings in an endgame like this where they have the info that fights are about to happen. This is going to go from 0 to 100 really quickly, and Unicorn Cyber need to be there to capitalize on that. But I think you're also right. They have to commit probably more than they would like to get involved in these fights. And while they have majority of the circle right now, if this phase 8 shifts towards them and they've already thrown a couple members away by trying to third party this fight, it would be very devastating. You know, there's only so much that Unicorn Cyber can do here, only so much they can risk without it being too devastating. So fully understand why they're doing what they're doing, although I don't know about sitting inside buildings. I don't know about sitting inside buildings and looking at walls. I would at least be where Sapao is and maybe on the outside of the fence looking towards the action like Destroy is. But I'm not in game. I can't really talk.
So we go to phase 8. Final game of the night. Pong going to get brought back up. He's okay. He's going to be able to heal. T5. Definitely the expectation is going to be on them. Be able to convert. I mean, it's not a given, but they've just got more of an onus to get something from this game. To be fair, I think they might be one of the worst positions.
Yeah.
They push north, they just died to UNC. They push into QC, then they get third party.
Well, they're going to try.
Do Do you just send it north into UNC? I don't know. Maybe they. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're just dead. Well, they kick things off. The shockwave of gunfire around the map. Pat and Pong, Danatol both immediately knocked down there as well by a combination of UNC, and they are gone. It's actually QC that got wiped out by basically everyone. And then there goes Path and Pong. T5's still alive. They'll, of course, get third place points here. I don't think they got many kills out of that. Great for Cerberus. They go into the top 8. So there's a second Vietnamese team into the top 8 now. Going into the final night. One player still alive for Theraton 5. It's Reseda Jr. But he needs to withstand and is out of position. So it's going to be 2 points shy of Fury. But they're in the conversation, Russell. They, along with probably Buram and Fury. The line stops, though. It's a top 5 race going into tomorrow night. They're all within that 30-point margin. Buram short, 31. We'll give them that. That's okay. But that was kind of what we were hoping for going into the final night tonight. Oh, sorry, tomorrow night. Cerberus, though, good opportunity to leapfrog now into the top 6.
Yeah. Although you look at Unicorn Cyber's control and think, how is Cerberus going to do this? Sapao is the X factor in this game. He's the one playing off his teammates. He's the one that Cerberus won't expect to be as close as he is. His job is vital to winning this fight. Because Unicorn Cyber, the rest of them are probably going to get pushed out of that compound eventually, but that circle's been a little kinder to UNC than it has to Cerberus. Cerberus will most likely going to have to leave their position first. That's what the circle dictates. Smokes aplenty, I'm sure of it. Cerberus have so many bodies to loot. They can smoke off basically that entire fence if they wanted to. Although I say that, Hymas has no smokes. Maybe Unicorn Cyber had used up all the smokes, actually. That makes more sense to me. Unicorn Cyber's utility had already been used up by themselves. So Cerberus don't actually have much to work with. Whatever they had from before, Hymas 3 vest is broken as well. This is looking a lot worse for Cerberus than I thought it did initially. I mean, you can see when Hymas peaks. What option does he have but to hit these shots and then hope for the best?
Yeah, he's got one last bullet. Although they can maybe get to this tree. Could be a reprieve. Could spray, though, from Destroy and Huda and also Chu. Talk about a team effort to close the game out for Unicorn Cyber. And with that, puts them 5 points shy of the Expendables for 11th place and a little bit of a pay rise bump. 6 games to go tomorrow and a 15-kill win. It's not always about just getting the compound. You've still got to push out, get the kills. Theraton 5 could quite capitalize. 3rd place, 4 kills, despite position that they had. But nevertheless, it's a top 5 going into tomorrow night that all still have a chance. 30 points is not easy. I don't want to make it sound like it's going to be a formality. You need a huge night. You need a lot of things to go your way. Purple Mood and or Armory Gaming having a bad night. You then yourself need to go and have like a 60 to 70 point night as well. But it's in that range of being able to be doable, Russell. You'd have to agree. 30 points, that's usually the cutoff. 6 games, it's in the margin.
It's definitely in the margin. And I mean, look, these teams are going to go into tomorrow night and think that's totally doable. And if they think it's doable, then so should we. I'd like to amend one thing. Unicorn Cyber, in that game, I want to give them a little bit more credit. The reason we saw them looking at walls is because they were accounting for Cerberus to push their compound. So they had allocated 2 to the outside walls inside those houses to just wait for Cerberus to push into that compound. If Cerberus opted to do that, then the other 2 would look at everything else that was happening in the zone. So it was actually a lot smarter from Unicorn Cyber than I thought. I thought they were just going AFK for no reason, but that obviously wasn't the case. So full credit to them.
Before we get this leaderboard up, I have to dispel. I've had bloody Waiki Kamukau at me, and he's like, is that actually a seatbelt? Enough with the seatbelt shenanigans. It's a bloody sling. Come on, guys. It's a sling. You know what?
Wait.
Seatbelt's gone. Illusion's over.
No! Dude, what if you break it again?
Well, then the seatbelt probably has to stay on, but...
Oh, my God.
I've had enough, okay?
He's a big boy.
We're just obviously waiting for the leaderboard to get updated, and then we can look to close things out. But, I mean, as we know, obviously, the top 5 is really the key focus from here, Russell, right? For me... It's basically, though, down to AG and Purple Mood, but we have to do the job of hyping up the others. It would take something astronomical. So my question to you is, out of Purple Mood and Armory Gaming, And I know it's a coin flip, but who have you got to win this? Or would you go and maybe go for an outsider, one of the others, as we go to the leaderboard?
I'm going to go Armory, and I'm going to go Armory for the same reason I went Armory in LCQ. And it's because even when they are under the absolute most pressure they can be under, every action they take in the game, whether macro or micro, seems incredibly composed. They don't seem to they don't seem to quiver that much. They don't seem to act scared or anything like that. And I mean, look, Purple Mood has been incredibly consistent, but it's like a hot and cold consistent, whereas Armory Gaming have just been rock solid the entire time. So I've got Armory Gaming.
Yeah, I might go Purple Mood. I've liked what I've seen from them in terms of their consistency. The good thing for both, and it obviously applies for both, is they've only got the one win. I look at that as a good thing as well, because you kind of look at Fury, T5, Buriram, Newhouse, they've all got multiple chicken dinners. For Purple Mood and AG, they're still getting a ridiculous high amount of placement points despite not really getting the wins per se, which does kind of suggest to me that they're getting very consistent, you know, top 5, top 6 kind of placing. They're getting towards the end game. They're getting a lot of kills as well. And when I was looking at the Purple Mood boys as well, statistically for their kills, again, it's very even spread, at least across the top 3 of them. Danawa, going into the last game, has actually been leading the entire tournament in the grand final, beating out Dynasty by 1. Then you got Thunders sitting in 3rd, and then you got Flucky in 5. So you've got 3 out of the top 5 kill leaders on the same team. Obviously, hence there are 108 kills. And don't get it wrong, obviously AG have got a lot as well, but it drops off quite heavily after Dynasty and Riz. Dynasty and Riz, it does drop off a little bit. So I just think Purple Mood have got a tiny bit more of that firepower, and I think that might be the difference maker going into tomorrow. Other is the fact that for Purple Mood, they get to play all 6 maps. For Armory Gaming, Vikendi has been a bit of a no-go. I'll get your final thoughts, Russell, before we close things out.
Yeah, it could be them just throwing it away completely to RXC again. I look, they better leave that hot drop. There's no reason not to, I don't think, especially because Vikendi's like earlier on in the night than Miramar. If they don't leave it, I will be gobsmacked unless they have a lead. Look, final thoughts. I don't want to say anything too absolute until we close it out tomorrow, but what I can say for certain is that it has been fantastic. We've seen some quality PUBG, we've seen some quality individuals, we've seen some wacky moments, some crazy stuff has happened, and we've had a lot of fun along the way. So I'm enjoying it, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Hopefully everyone else at home has been enjoying it as well here with the PUBG Asia Super Cup. That's day 3 done. Tomorrow is the final day for this tournament, for this grand final, and it could not be any closer. 2 teams at the top tied, the 3 below them all chasing under 30 points. It's going to be a massive day to close out this tournament. Hopefully everyone has been enjoying it, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1, that's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. On to Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Brain spotted, top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! On to the Bam Bam!